see who showed. And I'm out of water. Good start. Good start. Everyone show up while I get water. Do it. Alright, I got water. I'm here, I'm alive. I don't know if anyone else is here. Looks like no. Alright. Alright. That's fine. I have ways I can oops, sorry Mike. Goof around. While I wait for the homies to show up. I don't know where the homies are. We are homie-less. That's fine. I'm going to, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do that for now. I'm going to boot that. I'm going to play that for a little bit while I wait to see people show up. It'll be great. It will be great. If the game boots. Ooh. Anytime. There it goes. I need to go to studio mode so I can edit what the game window is capturing. Grabs that. There we go. I'll do this for a minute while we wait. It'll be awesome. Okay. Why not? Someone shows up. So someone starts talking to me. Wake me up a little anyway. My infinite attempts to get anywhere with some of this. Yeah, sure, I haven't done this one in a while. Let's see what happens. Blaster. Oh, we started blasting. I'm gonna do piercing. I'm gonna do frequency. I'm gonna do some region. I'm gonna kill them all. In the meantime, I'll wait till people are here. It'll be great. I don't want to get into that. Need someone to say hello to me. Hello. What are the options? Yeah, okay. Oh, hey! Hi, Cloud. Yes, 'tis the otter cat. I am upon ye. Hurt me. I wasn't looking. I looked at the chat like a fool. Someone is here. Hello, someone is here. The explosives. I love explosives. I also love... Man, this one's hard to get. I'll do it once for sure. Let's just blow everyone's eyes out. Let's see how long it takes for me to completely destroy the bit rate. Have fun little hang out while people show up. I'll be that one. I should ensure against explosives, I think. Maxing out what I can do is always a good start. I mean, this could be fun back on. Yes. How's it going, Cloud? Oh, Cloud's gone. Hey. Everything's busted again. I have no idea. I don't know what's happening anymore. I don't know if the internet works. Cloudflare still down? Is this all a lie? Oh, yeah, don't worry. I got ghosted by one. If it makes you feel any better. Literally just to, like, refine their training. Never got a yes or no. It was like, yeah, you'll hear back within, like, 5 days. And never. Never, ever. It's been months. It's like, wow, cool. Feels bad. If you guys are the bottom of the barrel, but okay. Torpedoes, yes. I don't like any of those. Reroll. That's a lot like what just happened, I think. Job hunting at this point is such a wash, it feels like. We're kind of giving up and hope for the best with what we're doing. I don't know what else to do. Not that we pay the bills without... I mean, not even what would pay the bills. I don't know what would pay the bills, so... What I'm doing is as close to paying the bills as I've ever been. How fun. Oh. There's my mouse. Holy crap. Looking for a twin stick setup, but apparently that never got out of experimental. Yeah, panic working is always fun. Some of the bills beats none of the bills. That's all I've got. I know it's extremely like, oh, thank you, that's so charming, but that's kind of where I'm at with things lately. That's a lot of guys just charging me. Alright. I don't do that much damage for being the thing that shoots bullets, and that is my whole thing. Albert. I think I need more weapon damage, actually. I think that'll be good. Boom. I think we're talking percentages of sub-1 health damage. Oh my gosh, okay. Some of these guys, that's all you need. A lot of green gems. Yes, please. Should use my redraws more at the moment. I'm just like, just wait and see if people show up. Do that big old recap. Gives me a chance to warm up my brain and my talking bits anyway, so. Daggers. Let's upgrade torpedoes. Let's get torpedoes up. I think I have split shot leveled enough that they should do, if I remember right. I should check that just to be sure. Yeah. Check my settings. Shurikens and... Oh, I can work on that. I need one more torpedo, and I need to max my shurikens, and I could theoretically get the projectile drone for the first time. That could be fun. Brand new for me. Let's see what happens. Ooh, that's cute. That's nice, but it's not what I'm after. Piercing, equalize, infliction. Yeah, let's do that. 15% of 0.5 damage doesn't really make me hard, I gotta say. Not exactly blowing my mind. Oh, those all suck. Let's make my stuff bigger. Let's just pretend this is how Edge flies around in space. Definitely. That's what's happening. Oh, that was stupid. fire rates would do me a lot of good, actually. Okay. Do my main thing. I don't do a lot of damage, but I shoot a lot out. Ooh, hello. There's that stinking boss, too. We might be in trouble. We have a strong DPS situation right now. What do we want? Access gets it off the table. I think I might go with something. I don't know. Does projectile size go with anything? Not for real. Oh, yes, actually. Impact. You give me power shots. Doubles the damage of all weapons. Now, see that? That's kind of speaking my language. I'd rather get the drone to start if I can. So we have a plan B. I haven't done a lot of these synergy ones. Kind of do the same build all the time. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Now I just need a red gem. There we go. Boom. My torpedoes have evolved. That's the shirt. Have some good stuff happening. And look at that. This isn't overwhelming at all. One Bone Razor did is like the best thing I've seen any of these games do is you can turn down the opacity of your own crap. Maybe that's the secret, buddy. You just need to show off your engine's draw capacity with a big dumb Vampire Survivors clone. Had one when I started. You want to tag team? You want to tag team it? We can even name it after Portland at this point. War-torn Portland. It's still timely, right? It's a game about fighting ice agents. I'm a normal person. Or shoot speed. It's all I've got. Give me the mega pew pew. I think the boss shows up here in a second. Yep, I saw that load stutter. Holy cow. There's the bitch. This is gonna suck. I don't have a lot of range and he does a lot of damage. Oh, yeah, we need to focus on the guys. What happens with Razor Claw happens with Razor Claw. Overclock's done. Fuck it. I'm not engaging with Razor Claw directly. My missiles are doing a pretty good job of dealing with it for me. Make sure I stay more or less out of his range, and I should be alright. You can't really see him most of the time. Whoop! There it is. Shurikens. I want stun? Do I want stun? I want more shurikens. That's what I want. I keep saying fire rate's all I got, so I'm going to lean into that at this point. He's coming. He's over half dead. He's doing pretty good. I have now earned an additional redraw. How exciting. I do like how they handle that. You get those single card redraws, but you get them every time you level. That's a nice touch. Whoop! There's some guys who didn't die before they go on screen. Shurikens are done. Okay, bigger shurikens? That's funny. I mean, they're going to explode, but I think I want the spread in that case. Ooh, these all suck. Okay. Blast Stars is now available, so if I get a red, those should upgrade, and if I get another red, they should fuse with the missiles to get me the drone, which I never had. I'll do a little achievement. How's that bitrate holding up? Is that looking okay? Actually, it doesn't look too bad on my end, but I'm also not looking at super close. Shurikens are fusing. Boom. He's yelling at me. Blast Stars. Okay, now projectile drone is available if I can get one more red. Spinning! Spinning! Hey, he's still taking damage. Funny. Where is he? I have no idea. What is he doing? Probably spinning. There we go. Projectile drone. New one. Let's see what this does. Oh my gosh. They just fly around and make this even more confusing. Great. I wish I could check my synergies in here. There's a lot I wish. He's not working on it anymore, and that blows. Let's just do XP gain for now. I gotta check what I'm even working on here. I think it was impact can double my damage output, and everything else is just kind of good luck with that from this run. Okay. Where's the bitch? I think at this point I could probably deal with him. There he is. Yeah, he's dead. He's dead as hell. Cool. Chill for a second. I never hit 10 minutes on this one, but I don't have to. A lot of these you do. That's literally the goal. This one's just beat the boss. Okay, impact. That's the thing I need. Okay. I'm with a lot of knockback, though, is at some point you just are sitting here seeing nothing happen for the longest time. And if they start taking a lot of damage to kill, all your dudes are just off-screen until they overwhelm you eventually with just pure numbers. And like, alright, you're not getting any XP or anything. It's just like, okay. Not a perfect game. It's been an okay little time killer, which is kind of all I've been doing lately, so. Ooh, Eagle Eyes might do me some good in that front. That was impact. Shit, I need that. Let's get the XP. I think it's gonna help. I get enough of it with regen or something, but good luck getting anything past like 40 some odd. At least at this point. I don't know how much better it gets. I don't know how much harder it gets. At level rank 50, I unlock the black market, and that's all the shit I can really do while drinking. And we'll see what happens. I'm like 40 something. I'm pretty close, I think. What I'd like is more burns. I don't really like a lot of these. Like bullet spread is cute in concept, in like theory, but it doesn't increase how many shots you're spreading. I think it just increases like. Wow, I really just thought I had him handled and stared at him as he hit me. That's a shameful one. I could hit 10 minutes real easy with how that was going. I'm bummed out. Okay, whatever. Whatever. I guess I'll accept my fate. Not like I have a choice. The thing is, did that even help me with any of this crap? Kinda, yeah. I can max out regen. Which I use regen, so sure. Boom, there. That one's done. I can get one of these. Read what? Increases your ship's viewing range by 3 millimeters? 3 what? Pixels? Camera zoom levels? What does that mean? That means nothing. Mobility. I need that once in a while. And I don't have enough for any of these. Here's some of it. Oh, no, we got people. Hi, people. We do another run, or should we get on with it? I can get on with it pretty easy. I was just waiting for people to show up. Hi, Lizzie. Yeah, I'm on y'all's time, so at least for now. Ooh, I have a big yawn, I'm sorry. Yeah, I should post on Blue Sky that I'm doing the thing. What are we doing? Alright, recording. Okay, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna follow Liz's lead. Can I out town without breaking you? Kind of. Okay. Follow Liz's lead. Or just repost her. I don't know. Am I that lazy? Kind of. There. I'm helping me. Nailed it. I'm so good at my job. Are you guys jealous how good at my job I am? How goes the streaming now? Well, I did a little warm-up run of this because I could and no one was here yet. Ooh! I'm getting tired of my mouth doing the yawns. I gotta do a big old, like, the recap read. I gotta do the recap read, and I'm a yawny bitch. I am caffeinated. I'm mostly awake. I don't know. I've been up for a couple hours proper here. Like I should be somewhat functional. Good grief. Go ahead and run this. Boop. There, I'll play with itself. That's great. You're sore and tired. Yeah, I think I'll do one more run. I'll do one more run. Now people are here, they can see what I've been playing. Then we'll... should I do Fear Factory again? I can do Bomber Blitz. That one's interesting. I don't know if it's good, but it's interesting. Or, am I excited about cheesecake? Maybe. Depends on the cheesecake, I guess. See, me and Kate like different things. She likes a good cheesecake. I like a dark chocolate cheesecake because I am a heathen. And it runs in my family. She made dark chocolate cheesecake for Thanksgiving one year, and then every year until she couldn't really do it anymore, and they all figured that out, was to make Oreo cheese. Okay, well then I'm gonna kill everyone and eat it all. That'll be fine. Well, see, that's my problem. I don't find normal cheesecake all that sweet. It's gotta have some sort of flavor to it. Alright, I'm gonna try this map again. I'm trying to beat this map for ages. I haven't even unlocked the next map yet. I guess I'm not 45. Most of these are in the black market, and they're supposed to be like limited time ones or something too, but the game hasn't updated since 2022, so I think that's dead. I don't know. Oh, something happened. Oh, Mason followed me. Thanks, Mason. I'm gonna assume that's really you and not your wife taking your account. Signing in as you. Alright, we're gonna try Blaster again. We're gonna do it. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Yetters is Liz's husband. Unless my memory is really fucking bad. It's your multi-shot. Let's shoot more. It's what I'm made for. This is not my map. This was so hard for me, but I'm trying. Sake of argument, what pairs with multi-shot? Oh, that's this side. I usually get the side. Can't get the duel on this one though. I want to try duel. Maybe I should do this. I've never done laser shots. I've never even done energy bullets. That could be interesting. Stun and piercing. That's a lot of passive stat and no extra weapons, which is not really how I play, but I got nothing to lose right now. For starters, let's just get all our crap up. Not helpful. Relieve me. Yeah, do that. Oh, there's stun. That's one of the ones I needed. Okay, we got stun. I don't know if it's that useful on this map, but we got stun. Oh god, we're not killing them. Not that rate of damage. See, this stuff I like would really help me out, but whatever. Split shot, I think, actually would be really smart. Split, I think that's the only way I'm going to manage any of this as this goes, because it's all about huge swarms and you have nerf. Like, look at that. Look at that shit. Damage barely registers on this shit. It's all about spread and attack and... Work on the stun though. That might help me actually. Some of these guys get real fast and real big, so... Case in fucking point. Burn teleport. I never use it. It's the only reason this game needs a mouse. And I'm not a mouse player, so you tell me why I don't go for that. But I have to use mouse. There's no option on this one. Yeah, this is gonna go bad, but whatever. We'll see. Get the explosives. Fuck it. Let's just... We need what we can get here. On the split shot slows down your shots, but it does do the, you know, splitting. Don't use brawler. We're talking to be smart. We're still early enough in the run. Like, they just give me the thing. Impact we needed for something. Split shot's done. Is probably going to be what keeps us alive for now. Keep the damage up as much as I can, even if it's low. Projectile size we needed. Basically just need all the stats, as I remember. I wasn't really registered. I think we need piercing for laser. Stun was a big one. If I get any of it maxed, I'll pay more attention, but for now... That's the guy I was worried about right there. So, let's see. We got stun, piercing, impact, and projectile size. And if we get all of these, we can get laser shots. But I've never even had energy bullets, so we'll see. I don't like to build around me having good aim, if I can help it. There's piercing. It's all on the table. Piercing would be good to have with the swords and all that. Good lord, I hate these things. Like, a lot of this shit just kills you if you touch it. This is a very big, you die if you mess up kind of stage. So this stuff will make me really... What, really? Yeah? Goober cheese? I thought it made a noise. I haven't heard a noise at all. Thank you. I like the name Goober cheese. I'm going to turn up my volume a bit because I'm not hearing any of these things go off. She's napping right behind me. I don't want to be too atrocious, but yeah. I couldn't hear it. My volume was down too low. I was trying to be kind of quiet. Ah! I need mobility while I'm there. That's exciting. That's awesome. Thank you. Now I can theoretically monetize and hopefully not ruin this entire channel with ads. I'm not sure how those work. I have to look into it. But also I can like just have this subs and everything. Is Goobs a friend of the Liz? Do I need to thank the Liz friend posse? The Pos posse? Oh my gosh. I can't come up with a name for my own following, but for Liz, it's the Pos posse. Easy. Easiest thing I've ever had to think of in my life. I like all of these. Piercing, I guess, just because I need it for the thing. Whoop, hello. Break the blue. Break that blue. Damn it. I need more damage output. That's the problem with the ship. It's got like no damage output. These are all crap. Your streams feel boring. To be fair, so do mine. That's why I was like, yeah, I'll start with a bullet hell. I probably engage a bit more than RPG random battles. But we are going to the cutscenes, but we might also be going to the side quests. I'm trying to figure out... It's going to be a gambit. It's a gambit. Okay, so Star Ocean is about to put us in a point where we're going to be locked in again. We already were with Partying on, right? And I'm not sure if after the next thing we get any freedom. Oh, thank you. It's a sub 2. Holy crap. Goober cheese, we just met. I want to kiss you in the mouth. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay, this also has a pretty decent dash cooldown. Not your frame rate stuttering. I'm hitting a button. Oh, no. Yep, there it goes. Oh. heard that one. Maybe my crap's just too loud. A hype train? Liz just started a hype train. Look at her go. Choo choo. Choo choo again. It keeps beeping. Can't see why because I'm looking at the wrong thing. Star Ocean is windowed. This is not. I ran it. It's just like real life. I got in a train wreck and it was over. Wait, car wreck? I've never been in a train wreck. I've been in a couple car wrecks. 100 puppy. Why is it a corgi? Oh, it's bits. Oh, I get it. I understand. I am learning very fast. You get to pick the corgi? I didn't know you could pick a corgi. Must be in your pile of toys. Very nice. Very nice. I like the corgi. Okay. I think we're, I need to, okay, before I close this, I need to go back to prep screen so it doesn't screw up everything, right? Right? I'm having a brain. So when I close this, it's going to screw up the game screen because that's how things work, right? Okay. On the note of forgetting everything, don't worry too much. I need to fix this. This is all messed up. There we go. Full screen really screws up my crap. Can I make this bigger? I can actually read it. Oh, look at that. Okay. Star Ocean. Last Hope 4K Full HD. Blah blah blah. Okay, done. Okay. We got people. We have a little train. That's fun. We have a weird like banner on top of the chat saying how cool Liz is, I guess. Congrats on having your I'm cool banner, Liz. All right. I'm breathing. It is time for the thing, right? It's time for the thing. It's time for the read. So, immediately on. This one has a lot of fun words in it. Cardionon. That's a great one. That's the big one. Lizard man. All kinds of crap, right? Like, you can unlock a bunch of emotes from all over the place. I don't know what half of these are. These aren't mine. These are just people's. Or is this just for the whole channel because now we have it, or does whoever donates get one? I don't know how these work. I'm a Twitch scrub. Okay. Space. Stretching. Okay. I am going to try not to screw up the read. I say this every time. So let's see how it goes. Place your bets on how many paragraphs and lines, basically, before I immediately yawn. Why am I back to Neon Sundown? I changed you. Star. Excuse me. Ocean. Last Hope. Yeah. I hope that worked, because I'm not playing Neon Sundown anymore. I gotta actually open Star Ocean. Right. I forgot what I was doing. I was fixing the entire issue. But I got distracted being a giggle puss. Oh no. I was a giggling. Okay. Is gamepad working? Gamepad is working. Good. Sometimes it decides that's a funny joke. Okay, I've got title screen. I go studio mode, so you all don't have to look at a broken thing. And I go back to game, and I change the window back to Star Ocean. And in theory, there it goes. Okay, golden, I fixed it. I'm the best. Everyone give me a kiss on the mouth. Okay. Okay. Recap time. I can do this. I can do this good. I screw it up every time. Here we go. Hey there, I'm Sarah the Otter Cat. One day, I decided to make it my mission to subject as many people as possible to Star Ocean The Last Hope because the game is ridiculous and I thought it'd be funny. Thus, JRPG Wednesday was born. After freeing the planet Lemurs from the space lizard menace, our Slackdash crew of heroes returned to the stars, seeking out the scaly bastard's homeworld Cardianon, hoping to reunite with Crow, whose ship was spotted within the reptilian ship's records. Upon reaching what should have been said homeworld, our party was shocked to find that the entire planet was in fact just one big-ass spaceship. And for us, that meant it was actually just one big-ass dungeon. Immediately pulled in by a hostile tractor beam, we set out to kick lizard ass. Most of the asses were metal, though, until even Edge realized that was pretty weird, while also noting the signs of battle all around us, especially the sounds of battle, the gradually closer sounds of battle. Deciding to not just rush in guns blazing for once, not my choice, the crew sidestepped that situation and stumbled instead into a room of transformed lizard men, letting us quickly realize that one of those damn spooky space rocks was messing with things here too. It was about then that we were captured by the Cardianon leader, who put everyone in a tiny box and grilled them about the location of Crow. He claimed that darn human had come causing a ruckus. He also claimed it was the blessing of God to be the bestest, most meanestest species of the universe and conquer all. Except the robot dude Crow left behind had been wrecking shop all over the ship before proceeding to bust us out of prison. Thanks, Mega Man! Turns out that the rock we have at home was an ally of Crow's named Bacchus, who'd stated to cover his crew's escape. He would now be assisting us with our own escape, provided we helped him blow up the space rock, which he called the Grigory. No problem, dude. We have so much practice exploding Gregories or whatever at this point. But the Cardianons didn't like us trying to destroy their Jesus Pebble, resulting in their leader coming at us with a giant net and turning into a big dumb monster, and throwing a grenade at us and hitting the ship's self-destruct button once everything went belly up on it. Bacchus took the hit from the grenade, but it turns out escaping quickly is greatly hindered by dragging a giant metal man around. The ship's doors started sealing us in. We were trapped. But then, when things seemed hopeless, we were bailed out by a mysterious booby lady. Whoa! She huffed that Edge wasn't the red-haired man she was looking for because Edge is a blonde-haired boy at best, and then she left. Now the crew sets out to visit Bacchus' homeworld, hoping to learn more about the whereabouts of the missing Crow. What else even is there to do? We blew up all this haunted space rocks, right? I mean, it's not like we left one back with our commander on Eos and a little piece of space Tupperware or anything. Wait. Okay, I only messed it up a little. Guys. And I earned a weird frog. I got a weird frog. There's my weird... Do you like my weird frog? He's having a thought. Okay. So as I was saying, this may or may not lock us into a path. So we're either going to be locked into a path, or we're going to have our last chance to do any side questing now that we got our guy who can do mining. And that'd be nice because we have all these orders to turn in, and I don't think we could turn them in without them. So I'm hoping we get to go do a little mining before we're locked into the nightmare of the midpoint of the game. Apparently already that doesn't feel right. 13 hours? It's like a 60-hour game easy, so I don't know. Maybe the back half is just that padded. Let's find out together. It's been a long time. So, are we still mad that we missed a couple chests on that ship? Slightly. I think there is a thing for getting every chest in the game. Was it going to happen? Let's be real, no. No, it wasn't. I'm not a completionist. I'm just a completionist in spirit. Completely different. So... you remember what I'm doing here? Oh, yes. We have full control of the spaceship. We can go into the ladies' room. We can go into the men's room. We can go anywhere we want with the captain. Ooga booga. Look at how draggy this camera is. Okay, so I can give people different rooms so they make friends, right? So let's see here. Oh, Bacchus doesn't exist yet. Okay. Sorry, Baki. That's the place. Wait. There's been stuff in the place before. There's not stuff in the place now. Okay, whatever. Let's go back downstairs. So does this trigger yet? Not yet? Okay. So I think we do have to actually go into space and start things before we're allowed to move on. Let's see what happens. It's because I can't do mining yet. So... I get the feel we were locked in, guys. Yeah, I don't get to choose a location. I do actually get to choose it. Oh, shit. Okay. Let's go check in on Eos for deliveries. I like how the planet's purple, but we never... No, take your time. Oh, okay. There it is. Game let me have it. Game let me have it. Cool. That's huge for us. Okay. None of this matters right now. So, we got Bacchus back in our party. I think this triggers something with our good friend Welch, who's always chill and never a lot.
You feeling frisky today?
I guess we don't have to worry about that yet. I guess that's later. Okay, cool. So, what are you good at? Engineering. You're bad at engineering. We now have big-time engineering. Let's see what happens, shall we? Make big think, lads.
Show me the good stuff, huh? Not bad, huh?
I learned how to make hamburger.
Alright,
I invented silver.
not too shabby.
I invented it.
Not too shabby.
And gold. Those were my ideas. As was shortcake. Screw you.
I've done it.
And steel. Steel's me.
Perfect.
Deluxe silence bomb. What everyone wants to use on me right now. Yep. And now we're out of ideas. That was it. I mean, I already invented gold and silver. What more do you want from me? Okay. Hamburg steak. It requires... I could actually make that. Right on.
How much help you think this'll be?
Silver needs mercury and magic water. So now you learned.
Satisfied with this, kids?
See, this is how you make things. This is how you make your
Well, this is
silver.
what we made.
Okay.
How much help you think this'll be?
You know, cooking's not one I really thought about.
Recipe, huh? How much help you think this'll be? Let's take this nice and easy, huh?
Where is cooking? Edge can't cook for shit. No one can cook for shit, apparently. The one who can cook for shit is bad at the alchemy, but that's okay. Okay, you two hang out. We're gonna see what happens. Probably nothing. You're probably gonna be like, oh. Never mind, they came up with another bomb. You two make bombs too much when you're alone.
Not bad at all.
Nice.
Pasta. Delicious pasta. And we're done. Guys, I wanted you to cook and you made cards.
Well, you get an E for effort. That was a decent recipe, huh? Come on, let's get that cranium cranking.
Okay, is there anything else I want to try right now? Engineering we just did. Smithery. And again, better than it was. Compounding? Nah, not with how we are. I mean, I could put Limmel up here and see what happens, I guess? Sense? Just sense. Just common sense. Just notice that.
The higher quality a product, the more useful it is.
Well, they didn't have enough sense to come with anything new.
Nice.
These dudes keep doing shit, though.
Success is
I
proportional.
think Chris is doing something with an air fryer over there. Lesser Demon's Fetish. I thought I misread that for a second. No, that is correct. That is correct.
Recipe, huh?
I write about Lesser Demon Fetishes all the time. Okay. Okay, I can't do any of that, but okay.
Well, this is what we made.
Alrighty then. We did some research. Excellent. We did not get the cutscene yet. Sorry / you're welcome, depending on how you feel about Welch screaming in your ear. Other way. I believe this is our last chance to do anything here before I don't know what happens. Like, I don't remember anything happening to this place, but on the wiki it was like, yeah, after you go to the next place, it's gone. So, I guess we should check in. You know? Like, now's the time. I feel like this camera is, like, right up my butthole. Believe me, Edge knows all about the beat system. I really don't know what we need to focus on right now. The bonds between two friends run deep.
Deeper than any knife can cut through. What the knife cuts through you? Where were the bonds then? They weren't within you. I've raised new questions in your metaphor. Aha, it was really hard. You look like you walked out of the PS2 one. Okay, the thing is, I don't know if I've read these before. They stand out so much, I can't remember if it's already happened. Does every gate have a dude just like, I will tell you everything? Do you know about the world? Do you know about universe? Okay, you guys are nothing new, right? Like, you're gonna be like, hee 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 hoo hoo, let's all kiss. Who did? I don't know who she's talking about anymore. Dude, I think he just like low-key asked her to... Okay. A sister. A sister. Yeah, dude, that's what she is. The rehab isn't pleasant. Ma'am, you're in a magic pod. How fucked up did they get? We've like gone through like 3 different planets. I can't even walk, but I'll get you. Yeah, I think most of this is new. I think they actually did new text for checking in here at random points. Which is a nice touch since I'm doing this. Alright, we're here for deliveries. Pickled plum, I ain't got them. Gambleberries, I somehow don't have that. I thought I did. Get some of those. Can actually have some money, I may as well get some materials, right? You never know when you're going to have a cooking emergency. Gotta get the cooking all set, you see. What can I do for you? Well, you have any order? Hey, silver, I can do that. I invented silver. That was me. You're welcome, dude. I invented it just to give it to you. Ignore that I haven't made any. I have 1, I have 3. Don't need, could use, I guess. He's will have more of that. Go. Okay, cool. Lovely. Moving on. This guy. Good talk. Thank you. Come again. Okay. Your job is to smile. Smile, bitch. Don't forget to smile, slut. Eldar does not have a sibling system. So, only children only? You have to believe in your friends and believe in yourself. This is a JRPG from 2009, can you tell? What's up, dude? I forgot how shiny your forehead is. Yeah, it's my powers of communication. I'm very skilled at talk. Okay, he never understood that people want to share their feelings until he had to do homework, guys. Then he's like, oh, I'm pissed. I want to tell somebody. I didn't think people could work together. I mean, we look the same. You just have bigger ears. You like this angle I got locked into? I can't change it. Hope you enjoy feeling like my glasses are off. The man I loved is gone forever. Alright. That sucks. We've all got our own destiny to fulfill in the code. It's in the code, dog. Okay. So, I believe I've caught up around here. Let's go. Mining. Ooh, mining. I am unreasonably excited to do mining. Listen. Maybe I could even find more pickled plums and get that done. Who knows? Do I need to get all the deliveries done? No. Are they for chump change mostly? Yeah. Is there anything over there? God only knows. Doesn't really look like it. Means I have to look, because if I don't, like, who knows what's going to be in there. Do I really need a compass when I can just look at the map? Alright. Oh, there's something else we can do over here. Something else we can do. Okay, so... I'm going to have to... Yes. Okay. Don't do shit. Nobody do shit. Okay? They're all gonna do jack shit, and there's gonna be a reason. There's gonna be a reason. I promise. Alright, first I gotta find the who am I playing as button. There we go. Okay. Okay, it's your turn. It's your day, FaZe. It's finally time for you to do a reasonable... Hey, there you go. Look at that. Right off the bat. Yeah! Oh, isn't that cool? What if we do this? There we go. Now we can recover the HP they take minor damage from. Booyah. Booyah, we got a leg. My trophy. Risu Nopers? Why Nopers? I don't know. Okay. Hey, look at that. We got stuff right away. Cool. So, FaZe has some special traits. One of them is that he gets stronger against weaker guys. Ergo pride. The weaker they are, the more he just freaking destroys them. Thank you. There we go.
I must say, that wasn't a challenge.
So he is, he kind of sucks in general, but when he's up against absolute babies, he gets a huge stat boost. And also, I think by the next time we can come to this planet covered in bugs, well, we won't have him anymore. For reasons. Whatever you're thinking, wrong. But it's not Final Fantasy IV. Our party members don't all drop dead. Don't worry about that. But this is kind of the last real chance until maybe post-game, if I remember right, to have FaZe do anything. And even then, I don't know if you actually get him back in post-game. I don't remember. So if you want any of those battle trophies and shit to actually add up and help you, congrats. Now is the exclusive time. How did I miss this? I'm increasingly convinced that chests just grow here.
We don't have time to play around.
Looks like a snap.
So yeah, We're just gonna spam his shit. I don't know what's standing over here doing nothing. I guess this bug's just like vibing. It's cool. I'm just gonna stab him with rocks. There we go.
I must say, that wasn't
We're gonna recover a nice bit of, you know, everything as we go. Right? Very good. I'll probably make my other backup save here again, just to be sure. Because again, I was worried we wouldn't get to come back the first time I did it. That's why I did it.
I should have more respect for my
Thing is, I don't know if he has other skills. Like, he has Ice Needle, and he has the Glaive. I've almost filled up the board just with
I
pink.
must say, that wasn't very challenging.
Most of this one I get criticaled on purpose just to change it. And I've been handed food. Right. So at the moment, wow, there's a bunch of chests over here. Do these respawn or something? Like, I just missed them? There's no way I just missed them, right?
Let's take this advantage.
Now's the time to strike.
Get stoned, asshole. I should really look if he can do anything else, huh? Stone Rain. Let's try that. Oh, it takes a second. Okay. It worked. And it got me another thing. So
I
yeah.
must say, that wasn't very challenging.
We're growing. Okay. So we go into collections. We go look at phase. Hey, look at that! This is way better than the last time I played this game a decade ago or so. Dude, it was a long time now. Where I just straight up had like 4 of his forever. I didn't change characters till like endgame. I was like, oh yeah, I should try that. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Get mad. I gotta make him get mad. Enraged isn't the fucking... Is it? Oh. Stun guys. Blindside 2 enemies at once. Use antidote very quickly. No, rush mode is not enraged. Okay. That's annoying. That's just rude. They want to do big damage too. Like, oh my gosh. Stun 3 enemies in a row. Defeat an enemy while in berserk. Basically have him go nuts. Here's to be a good chunk of his. Spend a total of 30 minutes airborne? Like getting juggled? What? Just juggle him. Just juggle him for half an hour. Just walk away. Okay. So we're seeing more of these as we go. I think the more you unlock, the more you actually get to see what they are. So looking down here, still don't have 13. So Edge is struggling. Something's not here. This must be story related or something's hidden. It's hidden. That'd be fun. You get that one. That'd be easy. But hey. That's, again, annoying. Some of these are just random bullshit. Okay. So one of his is to just hit guys Attack first 10 times in a row. That means no one else can interrupt. That's annoying. That's another one of those grinders. Oh. Does everyone have the weird frog now?
Now's the time to strike.
Is that how that works? I'd be fine with that. You stone raining? I like stone rain. Do that. Ruin their life. Or not. It's cool. It's cool. No, we're cool.
Going nowhere. I see ya. Going nowhere.
You missed, haha. You want me to fucking blindside? You want me to blindside with phase? I like how Edge is just regenning constantly.
Going nowhere.
There we go.
I must say, that wasn't very challenging.
They work by magic. They're magic hype trains. Hype is magic. That's why Nintendo Directs get people so fucking weird. Oh. Okay. There's still something here I can't do. Okay, I like Stone Rain. I hate how long it takes to cast Stone Rain. Why are you getting closer? Okay. Spitting at me. Work on your blind sides. He's actually doing decent damage now. Just takes them being level 1 to his, we don't talk about it. Okay, so we got a chest we can't open, but that's not why we came out here, is it? No. We came out here to harvest. Like this. That's one thing. Oh boy, a random insect egg. That's not weird. I see. Okay. Okay, but hear me out. Hear me out. Earth Defense Force. That's a whole franchise that thrives on there are bugs in space. And now we can do this.
Please step back.
Hey, I can't just find silver. I invented that. That's rude. Nature just inventing things I invented. It stole my credit. Alright, we already fought these. That's fine. I don't care right now. I mean, I do need to fight literally hundreds of bugs this phase, but that's not the
What is
point.
this?
There's a pickle plum. Get closer. Pickle plum's what we need for the thingy. Alright, so that's a one way. We don't want to do that yet, but we can go over here and get this rock. Then we can do the one way and not miss anything, really? Maybe I should say, just to make sure I got the trophy still. Iron. Gotta love having a little Iron. And I think Lemurus had stuff for us to turn in based on mining, too. So I'm like, yeah. Give me treats. Also, give me that party SP. You know what I can do with party SP? That's right, I can get better at mining. On which note... robotics, engineering. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're gonna... Okay, what else can I do? Alchemy, entomology. I mean, we're there. Chain combo. I don't really care about artistry yet. Cooking we do. Botany's maxed. Chain combo's maxed. Harvesting. Just do it. Harvest is maxed. Yay. There. Now we got decent mining and harvesting. Actually, we got maxed harvest. Yeah. Yeah. Now we'll get ultimate treats from everything. Killing you. I've chosen you for the sacrifice.
Now's the time to strike.
Come on, now's our chance.
I mean, if you're just gonna stand there. Oh shit. Now we're talking. Okay. I like that. That made me happy. Couldn't have done that on purpose if I wanted to. Take a bargain. Wonk. All the other harvesting is up, and I can't get that chest yet. Okay. Do a little hop, man. Do a little hop. And we'll kill this crap. That's another enemy type for our boy.
Now's the time to strike.
Alright. If they're just gonna stand over there staring at him, I guess we'll just go ahead and crush a crab. That's fun, right? It didn't amount to much. So are we all jealous of his pants yet? Do we want big poofy pants? I don't know about you. I don't. Do you want to dress like a space fop? Space fop.
Here we go.
Hey, there's our pickled plums. Done with that. I just need the weird berries, and I don't even remember where I got those. So that might be a Lemur's thing. We might be making a bit of a round trip, but we'll see. We'll see. This is our one chance to side quest for a minute before we go through the most interesting thing in the entire game, frankly. The thing I remembered to maybe go, yeah, I want to subject people to that. Also, I think we get my main there. My girl. We wore the same outfit to the party, girl. So that'll be fun.
Please step back.
Please step back. I'm a robot man. We're not getting anything magical, but we're getting a lot of iron and stuff, so that's good. Now, can I harvest in the cave? Oh my. Whoops. Bat.
This may look like a snap, but let's not be crazy.
Hey, got a random number. Okay.
I must say, that wasn't challenging.
Why not? But why not make those trophies you have? Why not?
We don't have time to play around.
We literally are here to play around, Edge. I'm not supposed to get him airborne for 30 minutes. Like, am I crazy? Does he jump and I'm just forgetting? Should I try that? Does that count? Like, what? Alright. More iron. Oh, wow. Yep, we're full on iron. Alright.
We can use this.
Underwhelming planet, but we can do some smithing and stuff. It'll be great. And we got what we need for one of those turn-ins, so that's a start. Excuse me, Mr. Bug. Did the bat, we did the bug, we did... There's another mining up there, but we're full on iron and we're not getting that much else. I was really hoping they'd get close enough like get the ambush, but okay, whatever. There's another chest in here I never opened, apparently. Or couldn't. There's a lot of... Oh! Can I do anything to that? No. Okay. Mysterious rock wall. So be it. Sorry, small interruption. We're good. What do we got? Sorry, I was inventing silver again. Okay. Many as you want. Don't make yourself sick. I think you killed the bag off, so... I love digging hole. Mind you, I do get the party SP for this, don't I? Yeah! Okay, that's what matters. That's the big one. That's the prize. Okay, so is there any... Oh yeah, there's plenty out here. I got to grind for the trail. I don't want to do that. It's boring. If I do that, it'll be on my own time. But we'll do some of this. We'll get some of these side things done. That's fine. See what we can learn and what we can do. What we can achieve together. More silver. Alright. There's a rock over there. There's a chest I couldn't open, or that grew. You never know which. This weird-ass place. Yeah, like 3 party SP. Nice, that adds up. Only double digits to get, like, some extremely end of the power level shit. Oh. Damn it! Oh, we're surrounded. I did it, I fixed it.
I must say, that wasn't really challenging.
Oh, Liz has a train icon now. So much happening today. Open. I've never been so amazed with my findings.
We can use this.
I'm getting lots of ingredients and stuff, so that's good. I'll go straight up south. I'm bad at directions. Okay. Screw you, bugs.
Please step back.
It's fine. Oh, I don't get any SP or nothing then. Ah, boo. I gotta use a bunch of iron, apparently. Alright, whatever.
We can use this.
Other people can cook. I got some cooking. Yeah, one good cook. Mind you, more cooks in the kitchen come up with more stuff together, but you know, all right. Here's the thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do that secondary save right there. That's the place. If I ever want to come and do grindy time, I can do that. They make everything look the same. Okay. Yeah, I don't remember where I found the gamble berries. It must be Lemurus. I don't know where else it would be. It's only like 2 options we have right now. I've had some. I think they're stupid, but I must have used them for some. I thought I had one. I took all of my pickled plums, you bitch. Okay, but there you go. Big party SP. That's what we're after. 20 SP actually does that up. Okay, so now it'd be golden to go back to our ship. And maybe see if I can use a couple iron. On what? I don't know yet. Let's find out together. That's the wrong room. Indeed.
Now, people, how's it going?
Alright, what do we got? Cooking.
Well,
See, we got cooking. We can make pickled plum rice if I just ever had pickled plums that weren't taken immediately. Oyakudon. Does that turn you on, baby? What I'm mostly interested in using is the shit we have like 20 of. That's a good sign. Let's make some pasta.
think you can handle that all by your lonesome? Go on, take it already.
Hamburg steak. Lemon juice. This is what you keep lemon juice in, didn't you know? What do you drink lemon juice out of, you freak? Thing is, I'm still lacking in a lot. See, blueberries I have a lot of, but fresh cream less so. That's the kind of problem we're having. Otherworldly cuisine and 2 of the... I'm sorry, what's in that? Oh. Oh. I'm gonna go get a drink. It's not what I'm drinking. I'm gonna try not to vomit. That. What? Yeah, what'd you like? You don't care. I'm gonna open this one. She said I did. Look here on the desk. Getting you hungry. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
yes, yes,
Yes.
yes, yes. I'm not gonna do that.
That's where you're just like, hey, dropped your water. Huh? Good thing I got up. Everyone's okay. Oh, it's fine. Here you go. Oh, I found that one. Oh, see the other one? It's probably in your blanket somewhere, or right here.
Oh, that's Christmas.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's over here. I don't. Why is this beeping? Everything's going off at once. Verizon came out. 35. Okay. Okay. The rotten fish is the only part that gets you? I'm sorry. I mean, I do like that the recipe explicitly calls for rotten fish, bug eggs, bug legs, and vinegar to wash it down. It's like, yeah, I'm like, no. No, thank you.
Know what you want to make?
I can make a hunting bow. Don't we already have a hunting bow? I have to look at what I have. It doesn't tell me what I actually have. Earth soul bow needs an earth gem. I need one more. Okay. That we might find on Lemurus, actually. Lemur. Shark skin is later. That would use some of that fucking iron. So would this. SRF protector. Isn't that... Can't I buy that here? Let's go see if I can buy that SRF protector here, because that is us. That is our shit. I can do that. I can at least use some iron. Not looking for much. I mean, we could just move on, I guess. Let me see what we actually have. Bronto armor. We have not made SRF protect. Okay. So... I have not made that bow. So I can make that bow and I can make the protector. Let's do that. We have an idea. I always go to the wrong door. Why do I always go to the wrong door? They got a light and everything. I just noticed that. It's been... The game came out in 2009, and I have arguably played it about as long as it's existed, and I just noticed there's a light on the shit that tells you which doors are open. Go me. I kind of like that shader, actually. It's dumb. It makes no sense, but it's cool. A little blorblies there. I hate this layout, though. Okay. Is there anything about this door that screams shop or not the same as every other? It's green. The green door. Okay. Okay, is it you? Do you sell that? Oh, I finished all the stuff, so he dropped the prices. Okay. Eldarian bow, silver bangle. I might as well... No, he does not. I'll buy a backup bow just to have it. Okay, what about you? No. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna sell some blueberries. Alright, well, we can't do that, but we can make the one thing. So that's something. And then we'll go to Lemurus and see what we can do there. And then we'll move on. It's basically just side quest party right now. But not for too much longer, hopefully. We don't have that much ground to cover. You know what? Let's just... okay. Let's go to the bow. The ice. Here. How do you think they make these planet textures exactly? No. Okay. This is our first return to Lemurus, so it should be...
Yo, people, how's it going? Figure it out soon. I don't have all day.
Bitch, calm down.
Well, pretty crafty, ain't ya? Ta-da! Your item is complete.
Ugh.
Wanna make something?
Anything else of interest in here? I can invent gold. Do I have any gold? I'm not going to do that yet because I might need some of that for delivery. That's where I'm at with that. Like, first we see what we need for delivery. Then we be stupid, right? Melting unit. I wonder if one of these actually opens that damn gate. I don't know. Let's open a gatherer blind. Okay, so... Is it consistent? No light? Yes, light. Yeah, look at that. Okay. Over here is our first mining spot. Oh, right. We're still doing this with our boy. So let's add to his list of murdered enemies. Nailed it, dude. Jesus. You still suck.
I must say, that wasn't very challenging.
That was easy and full babies. Axe beak. Axe beak.
Let's take this advantage. Ice
Smash.
I must say, that wasn't very challenging.
Thank you for the follow. Bird does not look like the kind that would do like the hawk screech, but whatever.
Maybe now I can be of some help to everyone.
Okay. There's a couple more things on his list of devastating destructions. So over here, yeah. What can we get on this one? Give me Earth Gem. Show me Earth Gem. Let's go. Have you ever been so turned on in your life? Okay. Good. Good. Ooh. That's the other plate. That's the delayed beat from OBS. Thank you, OBS, you very on point thing. Alright. Alright. So. I thought this had the lady that recharged my ring, but she is just fucked right off, I guess. So, no fun ring recharge for me. That would be too helpful. Okay. This town's all messed up, though. Maybe she's in the other one now. What's up, Granny? She stayed when everyone else left. Got it. We can visit Grandpapa. Or something. That's this one. That's just sad. You saw the flower? Nope, flower's gone. Is there nothing? Oh no, there's two people over here. Is it the cat? It's the old man and the cat. I think that's a man. Yeah, it's a beard and everything. I wonder if my time will come soon. Someone please visit Grandpa. Holy shit. He's just hanging out considering his death. Don't worry about... No, it's cool. I wonder if my time will come soon. Maybe I should take up cardio that's not just standing in one spot every day, 24/7. Nah. What do you think, kitty? What
Here we
the
go.
fuck? Hey, there's a Gambleberry. I'll stand here until my legs collapse into dust, and then I'll squat here until I turn into a corpse. Long as it's you and me, kitty. Where are you going? Come back.
Step back.
Oh, new rocks. Me like new rocks. Hey, look, a guy I need to kill. Come here. Listen, FaZe needs to kill as many types of enemy as possible. Stop running. Why are you running?
This may look like
Smashing the kill them button. Oh, you want to be perfect right now? You want to be perfect right now? That's right. Right there. Right there, right in the middle of it. Do it. It's working out well for you, FaZe. Now, if anyone gets poisoned, we can fix that, and that's at least one, if not two, if I do it fast enough. I hit the snippers. Alright, back north. The bridge is gone. We no longer get to bridge. Yeah, man. Okay, so the other town is this away. And then there's the dungeon I don't want to go through again. Sorry. No one wants that. More gems, more SP. More. Oh yeah, all the lizards are gone. Technically, all the lizards are gone. Period. We genocided the fuck out of those poor guys, but, you know, don't think about it too hard. Well, I could go over there and get Harpy. I like Harpy. Oh, do I have to go through the dungeon? Did I go the wrong way? Ew, I think I went the wrong way. Alright, fine. One thing at a time. Not going through the dungeon. I refuse. Not going to... Well, I guess there's more enemies in there. God damn it. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Like, ugh. You missed. How did you miss? They were right in front of you. Is this running as bad? Yeah, bad. How's everyone else doing while we go for this nice little jaunt? Ooh. Shadow draw distance. Ooh. You're alive. That's good. Otherwise, it'd be harder to watch. Among other things. Aw. I just figured, given where he was drilling there, it would just be like, you found snow, idiot. Alright, come here. I want to fight one harpy. Give me one harpy. The lizards are gone. Give me the harpy. Harpy? Wind swallow. Oh, wow, I saw that. You think they got Twitch up in heaven? Maybe it's in hell. Maybe Twitch is exclusive to hell. You know, Jeff Bezos connections and all that. It's actually decent XP for just digging into a wall. Wow.
Please step back.
Please step back. I'm getting more stiff. Surprised it's like the first ice gem we've gotten out of doing that here. You good? I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that, fucking ice needles isn't gonna do much here. And that was airborne. That was airborne. Ow, ow, ow. Okay. Can I... This one might be harder for him to pull off. Ow, my tits. No, I'm just gonna hop away. Mamma mia, I'm a Mario. I just hit the button and it said no. Oh yeah, this is working out great for you, man. Do something. Oh my god, phase! There you go. Yeah, it worked about as well as I thought it would. One of them got bored and walked away. Hey, I think these guys don't give him his bonus. Hey, that worked okay. Is it dead? Did we kill one? Oh my god, give me anyone else. Not your fight, phase. Oh my gosh.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
He is doing something. Getting wrecked. Yeah. Get 12 damage at a time, idiot. Oh, my god. Okay. He needs a harpy. He needs a harpy for his list. Wish this little idiot luck.
This may look like a snap, but let's hope we share this.
Okay, at least does damage to them. Oh my god, guys. It still got hit! Oh my gosh. Okay. Immediately around it. We're going to activate his rush unless that's interesting.
Wonderful. I'm so glad everyone's safe.
Okay. Okay. Not what I was after, but I'll take it. Let's leave. He got his ass. He was getting his ass beat. That's so sad. Okay. God, face sucks. Okay, we're going to... I'm going to keep saving on this one because it's still side quest zone, so that's fine. That's fine. We are getting trophies. We are. We're getting the battle trophies. Next problem is I have to remember how to get through this fucking dungeon. Oh. That has the golems. And one other thing, I think. I don't remember. Oh, but it shouldn't have lizards. All the lizards are dead. Okay. I mean, that's something, right? Oh my gosh, this is such a walk. This feels less like an RPG map and more like a Dynasty Warriors field. Like, yeah, this is where 1,000 dudes are supposed to be. What's actually here? Walk. Go walk, fool. There's a box over there we haven't opened yet. Do I have to redo this? What? Can I not just go through now? Oh my god. Okay, well we got this. What's in here? Okay. I mean, it's something. Anything else of interest in here? Can I even go through this dungeon with these down? Shit, I don't know. I might just be here to kill and leave. Assuming he doesn't suck it. I didn't see Pride activate, so... Yeah, that seems about right. Right in the butt! Okay. Get it, homie. How are you in Rush?
I must say, that wasn't challenging.
Well, that was both things in here that I thought he could work on, so... I think we just should leave and go around, because I don't think we can go through here anymore. I think they made this not work. I'm pretty overpowered for the area, yeah. We have a whole extra planet of the hardest enemy here and its upgraded versions under our belt. I think we're like 10 levels over where this wants to be right now. That's fine, we're not here for XP. I'm here for materials and turn-ins, that's what I'm here for. And I got the gem, so that's exciting. I need... Oh, this way. We're doing it. We're doing it right. Whose ship is that? It's mine. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna punch a tree. I wish this guy had a single fire spell to help me. There is jack shit over here, huh? Like, I get what they're going for. It's that era. Everything's gotta be big. Look how big we can make it, and look how big we can make it. Isn't that technically impressive? Technically, yeah. Hey, there's Pride. We're gonna kick the shit out of this funky mushroom. Just a second, baby. Oh, you said Chris. Then she countered. Oh, she's guarding. Meanwhile, I got slightly slapped and went the note of Dynasty Warriors. I think FaZe is one of the mooks.
I must say, that wasn't really challenging.
Okay, hey, there's something.
Here we go.
Here we go. Hasty mushroom? Maybe that's the one I saw that was like everything sucked. Got one gamble berry and I need like 5. I don't think we're getting that one, lads. Alright. I mean, there's a lot of places still. We could get lucky, but jeez. I found a stick. Can I do anything for you? Alright, this is gonna suck. Here we go. We're gonna fight the man-eating tree. We're gonna fight the little hoodlum. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna suck so much. No, we're just gonna do Stone Rain. We're gonna go full power and hope they leave me alone. That did jack all. Good God. Didn't trigger anyone else's? Okay. If they're at 100. Good God. I mean, he killed one, right? I can just play someone that's not ass. Come on, Edge. There. There.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring him on.
I love anything that ends with a question mark in an item. Tasty mushroom? Bee?
Now's the time to strike.
Take this advantage.
Oh no, this picnic is overwhelmed with bees. This box full of bees should do the trick.
It's Dr. B.
Dr. Bees! Yeah, my boy. Dun dun dun!
Isn't that Harry Potter?
That is Harry Partridge, yeah. He's interesting. He is weird, but he's also like super opinionated and not in a way I'd call innately problematic.
Way or problematically?
That's what I'm trying to say. It's not in a way I'd call innately problematic. It's in a way I'd call obnoxious, kind of rude, mostly. Yeah, he's just rude. He's kind of a rude dude. Not to say, like, nice things about fucking... No, not Dr. Bees. I love Dr. Bees. But I like Harry Partridge's work, mostly. I'm not a big fan of Starbarians, and that's his bread and butter, so there's that. But...
Please step back.
Oh boy, a robot. Let me punch my mic. No, we're allowed to tell the robot to fuck off. We're allowed to tell the robot to fuck off. Auto mod. She said a naughty. Ooh, yeah. Yeah, so do I. I'll tell the stream bot to fuck off. Fuck off. Oh no. Okay, wait. If I don't draw aggro, too late. Wait. Oh, they're not looking at me. This is perfect. Look. Look, I put it right here. And just... Everyone has a bad day. What if I do it again? Yes. Blood. That's a good spot. I guess there. I wish I could just manually aim instead of picking a target, but I guess they move a lot. Nailed it, man. I don't know why they're still paying attention to her instead of me, but... Uh-oh! That's fine. I failed. That did something to my frame rate. What the heck was that about? I love when I try to hit him and it whiffs. There we go. Getting there.
I must say, that wasn't really challenging.
Yeah, automod is weird. I like having it set up just in case someone comes in, like on Picard, or the one time just starts dropping slurs in chat. Like, no thank you. But by and large... Ooh, big monkey. Big monkey. I'll deal with you guys later. Big monkey. Don't you understand? Big monkey.
This may look like a snack, but
Big monkey. For some reason, I'm focused on the kobold. Now, you might be like, how does targeting work in this game? Yeah, good question. Now, I did have that set up as a thing. That's right, I did a flip. Fuck you. Parkour. Oh, well, that hurts. Come get it. What the fuck? You didn't even target me. You did a flip. Ow, my tits. I should probably move. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, this is FaZe brand. This is FaZe brand stupid. Uh-oh. We're gonna go ahead and do that before he just dies. Hey, there it is.
I must say, that was...
Jesus, what a pain in the ass, FaZe. Remember, we are like way over level. And I'm still having that kind of trouble with them.
here we go.
He just kind of sucks. There's not one of the gamble berries I needed. I need one more. Wish me luck with that.
Please step back.
On the flip side, the next thing I need to work on battle trophy-wise is really easy.
There you are.
Yeah, come here. I just need Edge to attack first 10 times in a row. Let's party. Dead. 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 I don't want to die. You chose poorly then. I wonder if I'm not a good person. Let her audio turned on just long enough for me to hear that. Thank you, babe.
Sorry.
It's just funny timing.
We can use this.
I like how the camera's up my ass until I want to actually touch something on purpose. Then I'm like playing weird depth perception minigames. Two. You know, technically I could have done both. I could just had Edge go first every time and then switch back to him, and it would have worked fine. Thinking about it.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
It is about the only way Edge can do anything, it seems like.
Come on, now's our chance.
Yep, I know. I'm very happy about that. That means I qualify for monetization. Although I think at this point I might have to actually get back to streaming after doing a month of doing nothing, basically. That might have screwed me out of it for a day or two. But like, I can fix that in a week, honestly. I just have to stream instead of sit around sad.
Useful experience indeed.
Easy enough. Maybe finally touch that Phasmo update or something, I don't know. One of these days in the near future.
This may look like a secret.
Tomorrow is social base. Today is this, and Friday is probably work.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
Thank you, baby. I'm gonna punch this monkey in the butt, in the butt, in the... I'm gonna punch this monkey in the butt. Because the funniest monkeys are the ones with bare asses. Look, that's an evolutionary trait. They can't lick their own butts, but they don't have fur for all the poop to get stuck in. See? I'm pretty sure that's why that works that way. Don't check me. Shut up. No, don't. You're a weird kid. Let's go visit Lim's friend. Let's start there. We came all the way here. Let's go see if we find any secret cutscenes. Whee! I got a recipe out of that. Alright, I mean, look at that. See? Take that, Solar. I'm learning to cook already. You're gonna become the Oracle. Enjoy the rubble covering up the corpse of the last one. Okay. I wonder if she's gonna be in there at some point, and that's why the dungeon's all fucked up. I wonder if that's a secret thing. They do stuff like that once in a blue moon. They have a few weird little secrets in this. How could I catch a cold at such a young age? Are things different in Japan? I got colds all the time as a kid. I was a cold catching master. Man. That's a meme. Something. Okay, well, I didn't get free basil, sorry. Someone should just tell them to shut up, huh? Yeah, that's sure. Alright, what can we do here? We're at a place. Alright, I don't need to sleep, per se. I mean, maybe I should just see if something happens, but... For all we know, a fun fan fiction, there's only one bed situation would arise. We'd all be sleeping on top of the robot man. Okay. So the lady that didn't want to move, we're going to convince to move. I want to go back home. Yeah, well, your home's in ruins, and apparently, instead of fixing that, they decided to all just move here. Screw it, let's take a nap. I love taking... Or not. Can we... Thank you. Snonk me me me. Snore snore. Sleep fart. Saying something rude in my sleep. Scream. Just random scream. Here's a shop. This is what we're looking for. This is what we're doing. This was the goal. Okay. So, deliver orders. Fire gem times 4. Done. Wolf Fang. Lacquer. Iron saber. Uh-oh. Okay. Okay. Pretty set up on everything else. We can just buy iron. Okay. Wolf Fang. I'm assuming those little blue bastards drop it, which would be not such a big deal if they weren't way out of the way. Let's look. Unsties. Well, I'm way down on most of these anyway, let's be real. I never even finished them. Manny Yeti, Dragon Newt. Man, they want me to kill a lot of those monkeys. Look at that. You've killed 8. So you need 50 monkeys to fill up their thing. Good lord. Okay, we are looking for lacquer. I'm going to assume man-eating tree. No. Well, that was my best idea. Nectar from him. Where's the other mushroom? What about dryads? What would give me lacquer? That's wood, right? That's something to do with wood? Am I stupid? Am I big stupid?
It's like polish that you put on wood that makes it hard.
Yeah. I was trying to think of where I... Turtle? Raw fish. Not rotten fish. Saber-tooth tiger. There's our wolf fang. We need that. Mind you, some of this is like way later, to be fair. This place isn't going anywhere. So that could be part of it. I'm thinking like Aos, where it's like, I need to do this now or it's never happening. Yeah, it must be later. Okay. I mean, I could go for the wolf fangs. That's a huge detour, so we'll do that some other time, I guess. Unless I need them for something else, I guess. The game could convince me. It would just take some work. Alright, that kid's crazy. Okay. Well, we had Libel have a conversation with a man. That sounds bad out of context, but hey. Ooh, shit. Okay, so there's someone hiding back there. I'm still trying to see if that ring lady's hiding somewhere. Okay. Do I know how to do a fang flute? Look at me getting quests and stuff. 3 gamble berries for that. We could finish on Eos. We'd be donezo with that. Free forever, and if that place bursts into flames, I wouldn't care. Make a new Fang Flute. I don't know how to make a Fang Flute, so that we're stuck on that for now, but that's okay. And we have lots of time. This place ain't going nowhere. But, what do you... We already talked to you. I'm stupid. I'm stupid, and I'm going to hell. In that order. Bring me 16 nectars. Alright, how many do I have? If it's 15, we all get a good laugh, right? I have 1. Shocking amount of wolf oil. I have 2 lacquers, so I've gotten them somewhere. Apparently I just find it from trees, so maybe it's just a gathering thing and I've just not gotten a lot. Where's my nectar? I know I've got nectar. Am I blind? Vinegar. I'm feeling kind of stupid.
That's because you are. You're a dum-dum.
No, it's a food. I have 13. I'm a dum-dum. Man, you wooed.
Yep. I'm awful.
You wooed.
Terrible.
If you're looking for just the right gift to melt a girl's heart and turn her into jelly, you've come to the right place. Don't tell FaZe that. He'll remember that whole we turn into slimes when we get older thing that Welch did. And then he'll cry. I mean, I want Taunt, but I'll give him Taunt. Yes. You don't have much of interest. Bye. I've talked to you. I have a hard time keeping track. They just kind of all gathered right in the middle. Oh, hey, I found the lady. Excellent. That was half the trip right there, guys. The cat. He was saying the cat. Okay, have I gone in the item shop yet? I don't think I have, or I would have found her. Okay. Okay. Hello. Meow, 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 meow. Alright, guys, give me your best voice lines. Meow, 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 meow. The one from the Bunleth pilot. I like that guy, too. Meow. 2 shortcake. I think I can actually do that. Bit of a trip, but I can do that. Maybe if it makes me come back, I'll do that for the turn-in. Caterpillar fungus. Have we even fought caterpillars yet? I don't think we have. Alright. Meow. Alright, what do you got? Mixed syrup. Don't mind if I do. Aquaberries are golden. Basil, I could sell a couple. Fresh sage. Oh, it's chocolate. As well. Vile goop. Rich cheese. I need that for something. Alright, alright, alright. We got some new ingredients here. Let's go for 15 everything. I got the money now, right? So there's shark skin. I needed that for something. Water. Jesus, always need water. Magical brush. Oh, so many delightful treats. Watch my ability to do basic math fall apart real time. Why do I leave 3? Because I can only cherry 20, just so you know. I try to leave 5 slots in case we start finding these things just laying around. So we can actually pick them up. Holy hell. Warishita sauce. Fresh cream. This is it. This is all of our money, isn't it? We're going to spend all of our money. No, we only spent like half of it, but well, look at that. Boom. Grocery budget blown. Let's go. Let's go see Welch. Mommy Welch. I come bearing shit. There's another harvest point down there, right? Yes. Yes, in this too big field. At least this one has a whole town in the middle of it. That kind of makes some sense. Maybe this is where you get the lacquer.
We can use this.
No, that's where I get the lemon. Alright, that's every harvest point I think that I can actually get to, so... Outside of quest shit, we're pretty much done here, unless it decides to start respawning those on me. So back to letting Edge first attack everything in sight and filling up my Monsterpedia. Kill, 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 die, die, die. Thanks for lining up for me. It makes my life way easier.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
This feels pretty good.
Never found another Gambleberry. Need one more stinking Gambleberry, I think. What a bummer. Like, it's doable. It's just... we gotta leave and come back until it decides to give it to me, basically. Oh. That's kind of a pain. I don't know if I want to go through all that just for a couple party XP, you know what I mean?
Now's the time to strike.
Not that I, you know, complain. I'm just like, man. I'm trying not to waste your whole day here. There we go.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
And I get a lot of basil. Just trying to fill you up. Hey, that'll get us double.
Come on, now's our chance.
Ouch.
Rising blade.
Stabbed him in the balls and he died. As one does. Oh, wait. Have you fought this one? Is that different than the other one? I actually don't know. You're safe than sorry. Alright, your face. Hospital now. Okay.
I must say, that wasn't very challenging.
That wasn't bitch. That was Jack. That was nothing. This guy.
There you are.
There you are.
Wait, I just remembered. I don't want to die. I like his little roll.
Rising blade.
Sorry, big sneeze.
I was just getting warmed
Really?
up.
That didn't do an ambush? It's because they were on top of each other and I startled them? Alright. Whatever, game. You're close enough to in my way. Attack first 10 times.
Rising blade.
Honestly, after all the time I spent in that big dumb dungeon, I'm pretty... They gotta have like a recover mid-air thing at some point, right?
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em
Nothing to
on.
do with the sword. More often than not, I ends up killing them by just uppercutting them. Something about that sparks joy in me.
There you are.
Hey, come here. Come here, you're worth money. Come here. Oh shit, I've been surprised. Wow, He didn't want to die.
Just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
Okay, so remember which way to go. Think down.
There you are.
My memory needs work. Wrong. Just don't wanna. It's nice to fill up the book. Don't get me. It's nice. It's also meant to be done over like 4 playthroughs, so I'm not like stressed too much about it. The book is for Monster Jewels and New Game Plus completionists. And for being abandoned, they sure have every single chimney on. Just make this route as roundabout as you humanly could, guys, or... Holy hell. Right, I'm gonna talk to Grandma. It's gonna be like, we should go back and talk to what's his name. I'll be like, oh, fuck. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Allow me to explain. She had a baby! And she leaves. She just fucking vanished. Yep, she went all the way back. Turning that in, you go all the way back. Oh my god. Dude, it's side quests. Alright. That's fine. We're gonna go back to the ship then. Why is this still sealed? Why are you rude? Why are you rude to me? That's just an old man waiting to die. This town just got even worse. What are you guys doing? Just me and my cat, waiting for the sweet release of death. Probably move. Nah, I like living in the country. Hey. Okay, I'm gonna go see Welch. All kinds of shit for you now, honey. Let's go.
Oh, a new recipe, huh?
I unlocked pasta bolognese.
Well then, what can I do you for today?
So it'd be crafting, right? Yeah, I have no one who can do crafting. We cannot do the Fame Flute yet at all. So I'm intent to just move on for now. We did the granny. We'll talk to them later. Sorry, I was looking at the hips. I'm normal.
Wanna make something?
I can make a flame sword. I can't make an ice crusher. Earth soul bow. Which I think I might already have. I'm not sure, but it uses iron. Iron saber. I actually can super make an iron saber. Let's do it.
I wonder if I'd be any good at this. Look what we made! Already know what you want to make?
Make an aqua mail. Sure.
Think you can handle that all by your lonesome? Go on, take it already. Already know what you want to make?
So I might already have Earth Soul, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I'm gonna make one of these. I don't care.
Well,
Doesn't mark what I have and haven't done yet.
crafty, ain't
That's
ya?
kind of a bummer.
The deed is done. Use it in faith.
Solution is to never sell anything.
Best of luck
I
now.
guess.
Pretty good, don't you
But even then, you don't get to see how many you have in here. Alright, cookie. Got all kinds of stuff now. Pasta bolognese, we can make that. Let's do it.
Don't screw up the order, okay? Go on, take it already.
That's not bad. 20% MP restored and 30% bonus defense for 10 fights.
Well, what are we making?
I mean, we might as well make some food, right?
I better not see any failure here. is
Nice.
interesting. Wanna make something?
Salt grilled sorry. That one's easy.
Think you can handle that all
I
by
don't remember there's
yourself?
something for making all the things,
All
but you know.
finished.
Okay, that's for mages.
Well, what are we making?
They're good to have. A good old Caesar's salad. Like two, I'm full on lemons. Screw it.
Think you can handle that all by your lonesome? The
Pissing
deed
all
is
by your
done.
lonesome, handsome?
Fate.
I made it work.
Already know what you want to make?
Note of being out of lemon. Let's do some of that, because I get the feeling we'll want it at some point.
Better not see any failure here. Yes, complete. Go on, take it already.
I made extra.
Wanna make something? Don't you dare cut any corners. All finished.
Don't wag that thing in my face.
Wow, that is crazy left field. Ta-da! Your item is complete.
See, I have two things to do over there. I'm like, oh, Jesus. Oh, we have to. Sorry. We have to do it at least once, right?
Best of luck now. Great job.
Yeah, I'd avoid someone that eats that too, actually.
Figure it out soon. I don't have all day.
Yes, you do. You're like a hologram or some shit. Shut up.
What you want?
I can just make
Figure it
monster
out
jewels?
soon. I don't have all day.
Shit, I feel bad for stealing all those now.
What you
Those
want?
get you in trouble too. We might be in trouble for that.
Figure it out soon. I don't have all day.
Hot chocolate makes a melting unit. What's it do?
Think you can handle that all by your lonesome? The deed is done. You see,
Oh, full party freeze heal.
already know what you
All
want to make?
Yeah, I want to make you shut up. Okay, I'll be right back. I got a bio break. Everyone stretch. Stretch your legs. Do it. Adam, back. Did you miss me? Oh, there is one thing that could convince me to keep side questing. I'm gonna look outside. If I see the grass has respawned, we'll talk. I don't expect it to have done that. I think this is as far as we're gonna get. Oh, well, the stone did. Wasn't there a grass here too? Ooh. Okay, I'll go get the stone and see what I see. If I get one more gambleberry, I'm golden for now. Because nothing in here is permanently lost. But apparently, I have to do all this now, or we don't... Yeah, okay. Okay, we're going to try to get that gambleberry. Damn it. Not hell-bent on going all the way back to the other town, but... we're going to at least try to get that damn gambleberry. Could do us some good. Who knows? Does this dude do anything different now that he is literally the only thing here? No, he just sits here waiting for death with his cat. Okay. Alright, man. I wonder if my time will come soon. I mean, if you're just standing here waiting for the Reaper, yeah, probably. I just stood outside like, I wonder if I'll freeze to death in a minute. Probably sooner or later. Jeez. Oh, wow, I just noticed how much of a skybox that is. That is a JPEG. Damn. Oh, look at that. Look at that JPEG-ass JPEG. That is flat. Oh, okay. Man, okay. I would love to say Eos is done. I'd love to just be like, yeah, I did that. I didn't miss that. I missed those chests on Cardinum. I didn't miss this. Does the chests matter? I don't know. Does any of it matter? I don't know. But, I mean, look at all these shiny rocks I'm getting. I do like shiny rocks. Are they respawning? There's one way over there. Oh, no. Are they respawning in the order I got them? Is this a most recent list or something? Oh, man, okay. That rock's back, too. Alright, everyone, start wishing for gambleberries. Cross your fingers. Cross your toes. Cross all appendages. You can do it. Become a pretzel. We're playing Twister, baby. Let's go. Gotta go up through the snow. Going up in here. Something green, it said. It said there's green. Alright. Hoping beyond hope. One gambleberry. We just need one. Here we go.
Here we go.
Yo, we did it. All right, bye. Fuck this place. We're out. God. Yeah. Give me an item that warps me back to my ship. I'd be so happy. I don't think they've ever had that. Oh, there's like a layer of... Wait. There's like a thin layer of fog over the snow that you can only really see when it's on the eye. What? Anyone else seeing that? Am I crazy? Look. Yeah, there's just a layer of haze over the snow. That's interesting. I don't know what that's for. It might just be to make it look like there's the glow, like the snow blowing this kind of glow off of it. Or maybe it's more to reflect the water. Actually, it might just be something to do with the water texture, because near the edges it seems to do that a lot. I don't know. I don't think it's doing screen space. I don't know what it's doing there. Okay. Interesting. Hi, welcome to... I'm trying to learn more about 3D as I go so I can use it better for things. Over here studying this tree texture, like, do you see the seams? Where are they? There's the seams in this 5-pixel texture. Okay. Ed, you could just step over the rocks, man. It'd be fine. They're not that big. Have you never been a child? I loved stepping over rocks as a child. I still love just like, yeah, I conquered you, small obstacle. I'm stronger than you. And whatever. Little victories. I'm just saying hello to dead grandpa. Got to say hello to dead grandpa. Say goodbye to soon-to-be dead grandpa. Bye, soon-to-be dead grandpa. I don't know why you just living here. Can I just get this barrel? Just give me the barrel. Just let me... Alright. Old RPG training. Must check barrels. Is there anything in barrels in 3D games? Never. Fucking never. But in tile-based games, yeah, that's just an old-school rule of thumb. You always check every box and barrel you see. Until the game firmly establishes that they don't do it, in which case they're still going to do it at least once. They do it like once and hide some weird-ass thing in there. It's like, ha 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 ha. Fuck you. Okay. Okay, we're gonna save again. Still on number 2. We're still good. About to be done with number 2 for now, but that's okay. Okay. We're going to go to Aos real quick. We're gonna turn in the gamble berries. Then we're gonna be done with fucking Aos for now. That's cool, right? I think that's cool. This is a good use of, like, magic space jet fuel, right? We have the lights. The lights this way, right, on this one? Always the opposite of what I think it is for some reason. Alright, going here. I think the shops are like this one right here. So I'm just going to cut the middle, man. Right, they should definitely put some signs up or something, but hey. I do it. Damn! There it is, green. Okay, it was you, right? What's up, girl? Deliver. Gamble berries. Done. Bling! Party SP. And now I get 10% off whatever the hell she's selling. Do we care about any of it? Pasta. You used a lot of vegetables, apparently. There we go. Alright. Restock some things. Carry on. And now we move the fuck on. Does that excite everybody? I know. Only 2.5 hours in. Alright.
Keeps of grinding.
Alright, we're back on file 1. Fair part of that was Neon Sundown and just saying hi to people. Okay, so let's go back into our tactics and let's turn people back on. Gang up on foes. There's stuff that tells them to just not use their rush gauge. They just do it. Yeah, tell the mage not to use freeze to... Yeah, whatever. There we go. And for the sake of argument, we're just gonna... Oh, there we go. Yeah. Alright, now I'm gonna resave just so I don't forget to do that if something goes wrong. I don't know. I'm in this mindset of everything's gonna crash and explode if I'm not careful for some reason. Just a sense I'm having. Alright, let's get on with it. We're going to EN2. Into space. A diamond. Here we go. It's going to be story time. Do we like cutscenes? You had none of them today, and they're like the bread and butter of this, so. Okay. Okay, he's got nothing else to say. He's just like, Edge, Edge, take me. Sorry. Oh, another transmission from the moon. It is the Joker. I'm receiving good news from you. Ah. We will find the aqua. Wow. Find the ship. I don't care if they're dead. He got made deputy director because money. Well, just kill Shimada. Don't worry. He has a 3D model. He's got to do something eventually. I actually don't know if we ever see him again. I don't actually know. We just had a good time with Raimi. That's gonna end well for you. Where's Limel? Everyone just up and left after that. Time to say hi to Bacchus, who super fits in this chair. Nice and comfortable. What are you playing? It looks like chess. We're playing not chess in space. I'm fucked if you learn the rules. That's what we just heard there. Okay. Meanwhile, prolonged eye contact. Oh, it's Lemel. She wanted to play with FaZe, as one does. How would you like to be named Mr. Edge? What's your name? I'm Mr. Edge.
Welcome home, Master.
Where's Inari?
Is there something the matter, Master?
What exactly do you think you're doing?
Whatever she wants.
Cute, don't you think?
No.
It's a Victorian maid outfit. I found it in some historical literature.
Literature?
Yep. I was flipping through some history books, and apparently men love being addressed as Master.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be history.
Well, did you?
Hold on. I'm not sure I really get this. Why would men enjoy being called Master?
Seriously, where's Inari?
I don't know.
He'll answer
They're
that.
really old books.
Oh, he's mastered his
I'm gonna
edge.
try this.
Oh my god. Robot dude.
Enjoy that?
Okay, I'm getting more and more confused here. Big brother? I don't even have a little sister.
Ed, you're dumb.
Take a good look here. I am not just the little sister type. I have glasses on. Glasses!
Are we implying that fetishes
Is that
ended
supposed to
at
mean
some point?
something?
I don't know.
What were people thinking back then? What were they trying to leave future generations with literature like that?
Boners?
Beats the heck out of me. That was a long time ago. Well, anyway, what's important to us is the here and now. We do live in the present, after all.
True. Let's not get hung up on the past. Live in the moment.
You good, Bacchus?
Reflection is at times necessary. There are always new discoveries to be made.
Oh
by
my God.
studying history. People's behavior accumulates and thus becomes history. It is our responsibility to pass that on to the future. Yes, as the witnesses to that history.
Holy shit, I found him. I found an art.
Anyway, let's get back to that item creation.
Aye, sir.
He's good. Just leave him there. Leave it there. Okay. Wow. All right. He's fine. Don't worry. Bacchus is fine. Oh, FaZe is at it again. Karate. Ponytail.
Your swordsmanship's gotten a heck of a lot better, FaZe.
You almost do damage sometimes.
Maybe that's why I suddenly feel like I'm itching for some action.
In that case, may I trouble you for a match?
Just the words I wanted
Yeah,
to
let's
hear.
go into the back room and fuck each other.
Please don't. I mean, yeah, totally. Let's fuck FaZe. Ugh.
Is a single match alright?
Yes.
I'm gonna destroy you.
Very well. On guard!
I'm going to destroy you.
Come on, let's do this! Here I come! Now you'll see what I'm made of!
Try again. You missed. Do it again. Yeah. Oh, now see, that actually hurt. Love that that all missed. Yeah, there you go again. That's the problem. Oh, that might actually kill me. Can I move? Wow! That might actually make him like us less. Yeah, it was really your swordsmanship that carried you, man.
I guess that last swing was a little too wide. Oh well, I guess I lose.
No, I don't think it's that cut and dried, actually.
FaZe?
I mean, just look at me. My knees are shaking from the pressure of fighting you. It feels like I won the match, but not the duel, if that makes any sense. It would seem that polishing one's technique alone isn't enough.
To be fair, you stun
I've learned
locked me
yet
with
another
boulders,
thing from you
so.
today. Thank you so much, Edge.
I always thought it was the loser that was supposed to learn something in fights like this.
You get stun locked by boulders. You only had to hit me once, really. Once he got me locked in, it was like, oh, okay, never mind, we're done. We lose. Thought I had this sealed, cinched, and then he's like, nah, but watch this. Like, oh, yeah, okay, once I can't. That makes sense. Alright, if we sleep, it resets the whole damn... we're done here. We got someone in their room over here. I can do what I want. If I can't fix myself, I'm fucked. Because you screwed yourself up just to do your job. That's pretty cool. I'm married. Bacchus is married. Oh, the thing back here went away. I think that was our chance to see Raimi in the fluffy towel. Sorry, guys. It's gone. No fan service for you today. Jeez, elsewhere. Yeah. Okay. Nothing here. What's in here? Someone wanted to play with you and then lashed out at you, right? Because you're a dweeb. Where is everybody? There's Rainy.
Sorry, I still don't get it. How are those glasses any different from your old ones?
Well, these ones
A
are...
real man notices the subtle changes
Think
in a
they're
girl's
less
couture
square?
choices. Come on over here. Take a nice close look.
You're kidding, right? They haven't changed at all.
Well,
Ah!
We fucked with you.
nice. Well played.
Doing it again.
How about it, Feezerino? Can you tell?
Just a moment. Let me take a closer look.
Boo. What? What are you doing?
And the lolicon
What are
begins.
you doing? Just suddenly jumping out like that?
What are you doing over here?
What are you doing over here?
To be fair, they both act the same age.
Could this be the first signs of LOVE? She'll launch you up some more.
She's like a child. Y'all are weird. Welch, that's weird. To be fair, everything about Welch is always weird, so, you know. Yeah, the meteor fragment we left with them. Yeah, we remember that. We remember the meteor fragment. We remember the meteor fragment. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. We're just probably destroying the world.
If you're tired, Lim, shouldn't you sleep in your room?
Sleeps for pussies. I'm awake. I'm awake.
What's wrong?
Edgy. I want to take nappy time with you, okay?
Creepy.
Huh?
Grandpa would always take nappy time with me, Kay. When I'm alone,
Ew.
Oh my God, I'm
I feel
Grandpa.
so lonely.
Please say I'm Grandpa. That's comfortable. A nice metal gauntlet. And now Faye's is gonna be weird about it because this whole thing is weird. Kill edge in
What
his
in the
sleep.
world am I doing, hiding like this?
I wish I didn't know.
Limmel, you're a big girl now. Go to your own room, okay?
Snork me. Fuck you.
She's supposed to be like 16 or something.
She's out
She's
cold.
something. It's complicated, but like at this point, she's a child.
What are you doing? Hey. Keep it down, FaZe. I'm taking nappy time, Kay.
Like this, faceplant.
If you're tired, you really should sleep in your own room. It's unfair to Edge.
It's none of your beeswax, FaZe. I want to take nappy time with Edgy.
You really are a baby, aren't you, Limmel?
Yes, please stop flirting with her.
I'm not a baby, Kay.
I'd call a girl your age who can't sleep by herself quite a baby indeed.
FaZe, you big dummy. Fine. I'll sleep alone, Kay.
Stomp with my grown adult legs, not a baby. Slap you on the hand. Going up these stairs, you bitch.
If you'll excuse me.
Yes, dear.
What's up with those two, anyway?
Pedophilia.
Only good friends can fight like that.
Yeah, that's what it is,
What
Raimi.
does that mean?
It's just that. Marcus is playing again. She's game boring as fuck. The other day, how long have we been doing this? Ew. Epic win. It was 2009. We must talk about a game that we have not written the rules for. Oh, yeah, no, you got it. You did a thing at the time. Wow. Edge is the best at space chest, guy. Chest. Space chest. Loud. Tiny penis happening outside. Sometimes Bacchus just dis-a-fucking-peers. Okay, so we're done here for now. We can go back upstairs. Let's go back upstairs. There's a lot of scenes. Someone is in the chamber. The chamber. I'm still like 1 HP. Oh, thank God. Oh, try me again. What's up, girl? You remember what we promised when you were small? We'd be together forever. That's a choice. That's a choice. I mean, why would you say that? Should I do it? I'm gonna do it. Damn it. I was right? That's the I did good noise? It vibed. Emergency warp out. Your controller shook. Get over here. It's fucking story time. I don't think I had any proper fuck ups in there. I think we did okay. Are there ones we've missed forever? I actually don't know. I don't know if that's a thing or not at this point. One step at a time. Story time. Warp out. Boom. Particles. Normal tunnel in space.
There's a gravitational anomaly ahead. It looks like... Oh, no, this can't be right.
Imagine a Star Ocean game about anomalies.
The current situation is everything, Mr. Phase. Allow me, then, to explain the phenomenon of black holes appearing in deep space, along with my own theories about them.
Sorry, Bacchus, but save the lecture for another time. We have to concentrate on getting out of here. Raimi!
Give me 30 seconds. I'm inputting the gravity changes for emergency warp.
Edge, look!
It's really black and smoky.
Yeah, that's how they work.
Is that the black hole?
I've lost control of the Calnus! Raimi!
Too late! We won't make it!
I think you're supposed to zoom in on the hole, not zoom in on the screen showing it to imply you're going in. But okay. Swoop. The end. Yeah, that looks a lot like Florida. I wonder what's up with that. Where are we, guys? Why does Sarah keep saying this game gets ridiculous?
We survived. Is everyone okay?
Yes, I think. That was fun. It was all zap, boom, okay?
What are we going to do with you, Lemmel?
Stop flirting with the child.
Caught in the black hole. Did we escape from its event horizon then? No, I'm afraid that would be impossible. Perhaps it just happened to be a black hole with an ergosphere?
Oh, what?
I suppose one might call it an escape through a type of wormhole. In any event, the fact that we escaped at all can only be called a miracle.
Impossible.
No, I'm certain my analysis is correct.
No way.
I nailed it.
Miss Raimi, you doubt me as well?
This is...
Our homeworld? Is this Earth?
There's a big red dot in it.
Are we sure then?
Yes, the results are the same every time I check. The stellar coordinates are an almost perfect match. There's no question that this planet is Earth.
I see.
What's wrong? This is Edgy and Ray Ray's home, isn't it? But both of them don't look very happy about it.
Well, it sucks here.
I don't think it's so much unhappiness as it is bewilderment.
Indeed. Arriving at one's home planet under such strange circumstances would put anyone ill at ease.
We are right here.
That's not the whole problem.
There are subtle discrepancies between this Earth and ours.
This isn't the most flattering part of our planet's history, but a little before Raimi and I were born, the worst war in all of Earth's history occurred. The result was that the surface of the planet became terribly contaminated, and humans had no choice but to go deep underground.
And that's how he became known
It's been the same
interstellarly as
situation
the
ever since we were
moment.
born. The polluted environment still hasn't improved. Of course, that was the very reason we looked to space.
But there are no traces of pollution on the surface of this planet. Well, it's not quite accurate to say none at all, but it's still an environment in which humans could live. It's almost like the war that nearly destroyed our planet never even happened.
Indeed. The fact that something you took for granted suddenly no longer applies is somewhat troubling.
And there's another thing.
I think the Z is where we're
The
supposed to
organization we
be.
belong to, the USTA, I can't get through to headquarters.
Mysterious issues all. Something unexpected may have happened here in your absence.
We should turn on the lights.
What is it, Lim?
Everyone stop standing around and being all weird, Kay. Let's go out. I want to see Edgy and Ray Ray's home.
What? You see, Limel.
All right.
Edge?
The air outside seems breathable. I'm going out there to take a look. See if we can't find someone.
In that case, I shall join you.
And I as well. As a scientist, I am intrigued.
Me too.
Limmel, you stay and watch the ship with Raimi, okay? Raimi, take care of Limmel while we're out.
You really give me a set party.
Don't do
Immediately
anything
starts
stupid,
drawing.
Edge.
Don't worry, I'll make certain of it.
Yes, you may count on me too.
Why are the two of you answering for me?
I guess I won't have to worry if Faze and Bacchus are with you.
All right. Welcome to fucking middle of nowhere. Is this a fence?
Nevada.
You know? I was thinking New Mexico, but we won't get into that just yet. Sure, I'll say
Area 51, New Mexico.
no comment.
Ew, that's stupid.
Katie, I need you to remember something about this series. Do you remember the PS4 game?
Stupid.
The one that you got so mad at, you made me stop playing it because you could not stand how dumb it was anymore?
Is that the one with Asbel?
No. You liked that game.
This place is...
We liked our
Sir?
idiot son.
It sure
He was
is.
so
and has been
dumb.
for some time, from the looks of things.
That's got a PC
For
version
now,
now,
let's
too.
split up and see what we can uncover. Report if you find anything.
I found a carpet. Come on, Bacchus. Chime magazine. Chime.
Huh? What?
That's President
can't be.
Plorfstock.
Are we supposed to know what that is?
No.
Judging from the color degradation caused by ultraviolet rays, I'd say it's been abandoned for about 3 years. I suppose that's not particularly important, but...
Well, don't jump to conclusions, Faze. If nothing else, I just figured out when we are. The date on this magazine is too faded to read, but there was an article inside that caught my attention. 2 years after initial experiments, our country has at last perfected the ultimate doomsday weapon. The hydrogen bomb, is what it says. If I remember my history, the first practical hydrogen bomb on Earth was developed in 1954.
Fuck you, Edge.
So
I don't remember
basically,
shit with numbers.
if you're saying this magazine is 3 years old, that would put us in the year 1957. In other words, we're on the Earth of nearly 150 years ago.
The fuck is a year?
150 years ago? That's not even possible.
I'm not so certain, Mr. Faze.
What? Even you, Bacchus?
Mr. Edge, a short time ago I intercepted some radio waves, albeit weak ones.
Radio waves? Like old broadcast radio?
Indeed, it
The
was a jab.
transmission was as follows.
Skibbity bop bop doo wop.
Some days
At
ago,
the club.
the historic honor of launching the first artificial satellite slipped through our fingers, instead going to the Reds.
The Reds.
This unfortunate occurrence has prompted the President to announce new plans for manned rocket missions, promising to put men in space before our rivals. Mr. Edge, how would you interpret this information?
Anyone who's ever dreamed of going into outer space knows the story. The first successful launch of a man-made satellite was the middle of the last century, 1957.
I told you,
No
dickhead.
wonder we can't reach anyone. In 1957, the USTA wasn't even a twinkle in someone's eye. Honestly, I can't believe it. But with this much evidence piling up, I guess we have no choice but to face reality.
Why are they here?
The
Yes.
planet we made our emergency landing on may be Earth, but it's an Earth from almost 150 years in the past.
This would be a really cool plot for a game that wasn't 20 hours in.
Didn't you mention this sort of thing before, Phase? An error in mid-warp that can cause a ship to end up in another time entirely?
No, this situation is somewhat different.
That only goes uppies.
That
This
was
is
brought
downies.
about by the distortion caused by warping within the space-time continuum. The dangers associated with it are nothing more than arriving earlier or later on the standard temporal axis. If the theory we're positing here is true, it would be time regression. And such a thing is absolutely not possible.
Bullshit. It's bunk.
Though, with the situation as it is, I hesitate to apply the term absolutely.
Just mirror do all these angles look like pre-rendered
If we
in some
posit
way.
that time regression has indeed occurred, it would mean we're now located in a space topologically distinct from that in which we were previously. In the current situation, I do not yet have enough information to say whether such a thing is even possible.
But seriously, it'd be a good plot for a
But if the
game.
reality
Just the whole
is that we
game.
now stand upon the past Earth, we have no choice but to accept
You're a
it
time
as
traveler.
fact.
You're stuck in the 50s. Get out.
So, let me get this straight.
We've been transported to the Earth of 150 years in the past, and we currently have no way of getting back, right?
You think we could stop
If
Nuka
this truly
Geddon?
is the Earth of another time, then yes, I'm afraid there is nothing we can do to return.
The only thing I can say for certain is this. It's pointless to keep standing around here.
Be sure they have a spaceship.
Let's return to
They
the
could just
palace
go
and review
somewhere
the
that
situation
does
again.
have internet.
Then we can decide what to do.
Like, the Eldarians supposedly have been
What?
doing this for a long time. Anyway. The government.
The Calnus! Damn it! When did they get here?
They're quite well regulated. I suppose they must be soldiers of some sort.
Even so, they've arrived much too quickly. They must have a base of operations nearby.
It would seem this was more than just a ghost town.
This isn't Let's Swap Theories time. Raimi and Limmel are still inside.
No, they're being escorted
Wait.
out.
All they want is to capture the extraterrestrials inside. If nothing else, I can assure
That
you
voice
no one
matches
will
that
be
body.
harmed. I wouldn't go recklessly provoking them if I were you.
I walked out of folklore for this role.
Who are you? You refer to us as extraterrestrials quite casually.
Are you with those soldiers over there? What do you people want from us?
My name is Klaus Bachstein. You have to trust me. I'm your friend.
Mr. Baktai, I must request an explanation. On what grounds should we consider you to be our friend?
Well, I don't have a big gun in
Fair
my
enough.
hands.
But first, we must find a better place to talk.
But inside this gas station.
You'll all be found if we stay here. You see the house with the red roof over there? That's my home.
Run.
Come with me. I'll give you the details there.
I'd laugh if it panned down to a
Edge,
pistol.
Are you really going to trust him?
We must keep in mind that this may be a trap.
Or he might really want to help us. If nothing else, he presented himself to us unarmed.
Makes him about the only one, apparently.
Besides, he has no idea who or what we are, yet he shows his back to us? That's not the kind of man I want to doubt.
Wait, I did what?
Thank you.
That is very like Mr. Edge.
Yes, I am truly no match for him.
Oh, chill out. Ooh. Thornberries! Reminds me. Well, over there's a no-no. And everywhere else is a nothing, so... Like, what's this whole house over here? It's nothing. There's nothing here. There's another box. We don't have Limmel with us. Oh, no Limmel means no boxes on map. Oh. Well, that means I gotta check for boxes. Oh, no. But guys, I'm me. Oh. Okay, well, we finished cutscene parade. Let's do another save, yeah? Never trust the game to not make you do cutscene parade 2 or 3 more times if you're not careful. That's a JRPG rule. If you're like, well, I'll be fine. Boom. You get unskippable cutscene. You gotta watch a 7th time. You fool. Is there anything actually in here? Like, can I look around in here? Yes. Big berries. Everywhere I go, there's so many berries. Seriously, from certain angles, it just looks like pre-rendered for some reason. I don't know if it's like the texture quality or what. Ooh, I can look in the fridge. I need to waste 2 aquaberries. What's aquaberry? Cure poison. Can I... Okay. Now I can pick up the aquaberries. Oh, never mind. That was mixed syrup. Is this just like the pit of many shit? Just raiding an abandoned fridge that's been here for 3 years? Like, yeah, no, don't worry about it. There. I like how the camera is like every time. How much stuff is in this fridge, exactly? Yes, my son. I don't know. Oh, what do you need? Okay, we cannot use the whole fridge. The fridge is eternal. The fridge is you don't have a store here, so here's random crap until you're good, I guess. I don't know. I've yet to find the end of the fridge. Blackberries times 3. Is it blackberries again? No, it's mixed syrup. I just figure out how they're gonna survive, Liz. Final player. Infinite food fridge. 3 years abandoned. All food. Oh, now I gotta check this fence. Oh my gosh, okay. What's do you think we can get before it's a problem? A box. Always looking for boxes. You get any closer, the soldiers will notice us. Looking for boxes. Gotta look for boxes. Boxes are the best. Who doesn't love free shit? I'm gonna go that way. I want to leave forever. Hey, there's one. If I could get the angle right. Silver amulet. That's something I never did. I never checked my stinking gear. Worse in every way. Nullifies damage from undead? There's undead? Oh yeah, there were skeletons, weren't there? Man survives it. I'm more interested in the blanket stat upgrade for somebody. Alright, I gotta do this for... There we go. Slap it on him. That's decent. That seems really good. Oh. Do warning brooch. No surprise attacks. These are pretty good. Attack bracelet. Why not? Okay, phase. Is there anything I can do to make you suck less? It's a hard no. Well, I can do a silver bangle. You'll lose HP and MP, and MP actually matters for you. Ugh, he's so dumb. Okay. Whatever. Moving on. Oh, I should give Bacchus his first aid, too, damn it. Actually set my dudes up. Whoa. Knocked over my water bottle. A rude little man. Alright. What's the matter, baby? Just nothing but berries, huh? Berries everywhere I go. Okay. Go talk to Klaus. Klaus in his house.
Edgy.
Limmel?
What?
Good grief. Please don't scare us like that. For a moment, I thought it really was a trap.
But still, what are you doing here, Limmel?
Yeah.
Snuck out.
Weren't you staying in the Calnus?
I'm sorry. It's all my fault.
What exactly happened, Limmel?
Klausy.
Did your
Allow
line
me
not
to
play, dude?
explain.
Oh, there it goes.
I see. So that's what this is all about.
Just, I'd like to
The
know.
country's army has troops stationed at a base here, and the ruined town serves to camouflage it.
Interesting. So the men surrounding the Calnus were indeed soldiers after all.
But, Limmel, Raimi was captured trying to protect you.
You dumb bitch.
While we're all glad Klaus rescued you, you shouldn't have been so careless as to leave the Calnus.
I'm sorry. I was a bad girl.
Please don't phrase it that way.
And now Ray Ray's gone.
Well, I suppose there's little point in scolding you after the fact.
But
If you're truly sorry about what happened, that's more than enough. Not even Raimi would be angry with you, Limmel.
And she might be. She did get
Edgy.
captured.
Besides, I'm partially responsible for this myself. It was a mistake to split us up under conditions like these.
Damn me for not being psychic.
I won't make that mistake again.
Splitting the party in
Let's go,
JRPG
people.
sucks.
We're rescuing Raimi.
It's nearly impossible to get into the base from outside. Why don't you leave this part to me?
Fine. Is your fridge also infinite?
What do you mean?
No reason. Bacchus is hungry.
We'll pretend that I've apprehended you, and that I'm bringing you in. That should allow us to get inside without causing too much fuss.
I see. Yes, that would certainly allow us to avoid unnecessary trouble. But one question remains.
Which is?
What exactly is your motive for assisting us?
Guilt.
Forgive me, but you're far too knowledgeable about what's happening here.
I killed so many people.
What if he hands us all over together? Are you that kind of man, Klaus?
I made the H-bomb.
You have every right to doubt me. But even so, I want to help you.
Allow me to get
All
out
right.
my H-bomb.
In that case, I'll leave our method of entry into the base to you, Klaus.
Edge!
Klaus
Only if you insist.
saved Limmel after all. And Limmel isn't the kind of girl who would get this close to someone who couldn't be trusted. But more than anything else,
I'll sleep
I
on
trust
whoever.
him. Like I said, he came
Alright,
to
now,
us
Chris.
unarmed, and he turned his back on us without hesitation.
Day tomorrow too.
It would appear you have lost again, Mr. Faze.
So it would appear indeed.
Thank you. You may have already suspected this, but the truth is, I once worked at the base myself, as a scientist.
Tried to make the M-bomb.
I was involved with research into a certain field.
E-bomb?
The field
F-bomb.
was extraterrestrials, and the super technology they brought with them.
Mr. Baktine, are you implying that the existence of extraterrestrials is known on this planet?
Well, not by the public, of course. And that's exactly why the researchers must be having trouble controlling their excitement right about now.
Why would that be?
Big dumb
It's not
spaceship.
very often they get their hands on an unscathed ship like your Calnus. Not to mention uninjured extraterrestrials.
Medicine.
If they can understand your technology and make it their own, these people who once struggled in obscurity can suddenly become heroes. Two birds with one stone. Your super technology, their fame. They'll be able to go public. They do it without even stopping to consider how dangerous such advanced technology might be.
Man, my hands are pixelated.
What kind of scientist would accept a breakthrough handed to him on a plate? We need to catch up with you on our own, through our own abilities. To be honest,
Yeah, we
our
never do that.
species just isn't ready for your technology. So once you've rescued your friend, I want you to leave this planet as soon as possible. If I must have a motive, I suppose that would be it.
I see.
Actually, there's one other thing I need to ask. As it happens, there's another extraterrestrial besides your friend who's being held captive in the base.
There are
My
extraterrestrials on Earth other than us?
Your
Yes,
mom.
a young girl named Miracle.
That was a time for a meow. Kitty!
She has ears and a tail that look just like that cat's. You'll know her when you see her.
Shockingly animated cat. Have you noticed every planet has had cats?
I beg of you, take Miracle back to her home.
I guess Eos didn't. There was all bugs, but Lemurus has
You have
cats.
my
This has
word.
cats.
We'll do our best to get her home.
Cats are aliens. I
Thank
like
you.
that theory. Limel rejoined you. You now have 4 bitches. Okay, so I go back in the house. Can I actually do something in the house? Yo, we're gonna raid us. Oh. Right, Limel's in the party. We got a save point. We've got another infinity fridge, it seems. They don't need it on a planet of ice. Maybe they should, Edge. Maybe they should. Okay. Oh, she wants it as a pet. That, you know what? It makes sense why she was sleeping on Edge's gauntlet. Safe, Google. You relate to her on the appeal of rubbing your face on a fridge. You know what? That's fair. All right. One moment. Sorry, wifey needed help. I take care of wifey. Solar and Bird going to EP. I do not have a BRB screen yet. No, I got a bunch of assets I need to make, honestly. Yo? Okay. What else can I look at? He's a scientist. Yeah, we figured that out, honey. And screens I want to make. It's just balancing different workloads with comms. Yep, it's another infinity fridge. We get one of these on the... I have decor stuff from my ship. I just don't know how to use it. Meow. Meow. Most I've related to you. Meow. Wait. Is there actually a... Meow, meow, meow. Look in the fridge. Okay, is it always fresh sage? Do I need to drop a fresh sage for something to do with this cat? Am I speaking cat? This is my mission. This is what's important in life. Okay, so I have a conversation with the cat. That's just a thing you can do. Good video game. Kind of, you know, all I want in life. I think I found what Limmel drew. That's not Limmel at all. I know who that is. Okay. What do we got? Where's the dude? I guess we just go over here. Heat distortion shit's weird looking. Found all the boxes without you, Lim. I'm that skilled. Yeah, I know we need to stay away from them, but we also need to, like, get caught or whatever. Where is Klaus? Is he in here? There's, like, 3 places on this whole map. I can't sing for shit. Cute. Not what I was looking for, but cute. Alright, where's my goal here? I didn't see him in his house. Maybe I'm just dumb. Maybe he's been there the whole time. Like Samurai. Double check. I mean, there's only so many places it could be, right? Like, do I sleep or something? Is there somewhere to sleep? No. I've done everything. I've talked to the cat. I've taken all the prep stuff I need. What? Is there like... Is he waiting in his truck? Like, what do we do here? I'm just gonna look around until something happens, I guess. I don't fucking know. That's annoying. Jack all to do here. Oh, there's a gate over here.
Oh no!
What's up, baby?
Please charging.
He's charging? He's charging? Charging. Charging? Is that the right one? Where did you guys meet first?
I lied.
Stole a bite of my own ice cream. It was never mine. There's a phone booth up ahead. Okay, we just had to go to this unmarked gate. Genuinely, we could have just left. Don't hurry too much because, hey, guess what? Protection seeds. I can raise someone's defense. Alright, let's go. Notice everything here has the same bump map on it.
As
Just
per
textured for
arrangements,
texture's sake.
From here on out, I will hold onto your weapons and conceal myself.
Yeah, I can do that, by the way.
Baki disappeared. Is that symbology?
It's optical camouflage.
Incredible to think such advanced technology has been perfected.
I'll feel much safer indeed with Bacchus watching our backs.
No kidding.
Excuse me
big-ass
for
robot.
just a moment. I need to call in.
Are him and Edge the same actor? I don't think so. They sound just close enough.
It's me,
fucking
Mila.
scale down.
Yes, I'm getting by. I thought I might cooperate with you today. I'm serious. Not being able to work convinced me that you were right.
Think they know each other?
Sounds that way to me.
No phase.
I brought a little something we can use to continue our research together. That's right. I'd like permission to enter.
Oh, because you weren't hiding very good.
03. Understood. Get the entrance, would you?
Even he has the same bump map on him.
Wow. That was amazing.
What a big moving rock.
Getting in alone would have been difficult indeed.
The base is below. Whenever you're ready.
Thump. That's your cue, Bacchus. Thump. Okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. What are you gonna do? Go raid the fridge some more? Yo, Nazis? I wouldn't have armbands like that in America. What do I know?
Your presence here will undoubtedly speed the director's research along immeasurably.
Mila hasn't changed, has she?
Certainly not, sir. Our sublime director continues her research for the sake of her country.
Just take your time.
I see you people haven't changed either. This technology is beyond your understanding.
I knew you would return, Professor. And hell, 3 more extraterrestrials? You're on a roll, huh?
Hit her go.
Weren't you the one who tamed that creature with the tail, too? Boy, sure is good to have you back, sir. Get inside, you aliens.
All right, that's a thing to call me.
Let's hope you prove to be of some use to us.
Come on, Sit tight while I get this room unlocked. Once you're free, hurry and rescue Miracle and your friend.
Move, damn it!
All right.
Aliens just look like people.
Let's go.
This facility houses highly dangerous experimental creatures. With the locks released, they'll be able to get out as well.
It's not going to be a problem. We'll use the panic to our advantage. Don't worry about us. We may not look it, but we've been through a lot worse.
Some big-ass guns.
Please be careful, Klaus. Once you've released the locks, get out as soon as you can.
Huh? What the?
Why would he go in?
Good luck.
You too.
Bleh.
Nailed it, Limmel. Okay. I gotta put this ice cream away. She needed a snack. A snack, yo.
Hey.
Punishment. You will get cuddled by mommy. Whoop! That goes my thing. Hold on, everyone. I would talk to you, but there's a box in here. Oh my god. Right. Which one's Aquaberry? Is that the MP? Cures poison. Unless I'm going to start seeing poison every 3 feet. Fuck you. Where could Bacchus be? It's a mystery! I like that shader, though. I like slight distorts what's behind it, and... Okay. Nothing yet. Oh, Limmel moved. Oh. Wee woo!
Emergency alert! Emergency alert! All holding room locks have been released. Test subjects may have escaped. All staff, shift to alert level A. Armed troops, prepare to engage test subjects immediately.
It's a 2000s thing. Just like, yeah, I'm gonna put the bump map for its sake.
Oh my. Test subjects may have escaped, huh?
Well, in that case, let's not disappoint them. Bacchus!
As you wish.
Take your shit, it's heavy.
Raimi, we're coming for you!
Yeah, just say you're not supposed to do that. It's in your name. Oh, okay.
You've betrayed the director and us. Not once, but twice.
Releasing the test subjects? What the hell were you thinking? You'll kill us all!
You're a little late. Think of all you've done. You knew this would happen. When you play with forces stronger than yourself, you get bitten.
Shut up! Hey, we have to recapture the test subjects!
Good, don't worry about me! Ouch. Damn. I can't see shit.
Miracle. get back to space. We don't deserve your...
Okay, then. Wee woo, wee woo. What in the fuck? Oh, you're dying. We're doing that. Look at that thing. Hell yeah.
Attack distance secure.
Little alien. Oh, fucking dude. Stop running from me. No, you have a chance. Don't worry about it.
Incinerate my... I could have done this all by myself. Too easy.
Oh yeah, FaZe broke the bonus board. The FaZe giveth... Oh my god, Big Monkey 2.0. Is there anything over here? Like, at all? Besides, well, I mean, this situation. This room seems safer. Let's hide in here. Alright. They're not grouping up for me, so fine. We'll fight this big monkey. It'll be great. Blam! Hey, this one's butt's covered. He's a Franken monkey. Look at that. What is the zombie thing? Is this the undead? Bigfoot Sam. Soldier zombie. So when they said aliens, what they really meant was monkey's mad. Monkey's mad. Monkey's mad. Monkey's almost dead though.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring them on.
Well, all right. We've learned a lot today. Okay. Monkey jump scare. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shot him in the face.
For a battle, rather an anticlimactic affair. This body of mine would still seem to have hidden potential.
Spoon! Could have warned me.
You didn't have to put it in your mouth.
There was chocolate.
That wasn't chocolate.
The ice cream, Kate. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this to me? I'm gonna die and it's all your fault.
He literally was laying on it. I don't think he was that bad.
I'm gonna die. Dead Sarah. Dead. Another empty room. Okay. Uh-oh, I see you. Well, now I don't see shit. I'm the surprise monkey! Oh yeah, I'm you. That worked out pretty well. Ooh. Face! Woof! Marcus, you are not the best.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring them on.
Oh, look, we just get pickled plums now. They just appear. They're just around. How you doing, Spritzy? Let's see. But in here, I can open that. Yay! It's good, because I don't think I ever get to come back here.
All right, let's give ourselves a good experience.
Shadow. Oh, shit. Hold up. He's got a new toy. Fuck you. Okay, you know what? Let's go in here. This for me, dog. You now have the food. That's good. Food is the good. Hello? I hear you. You Naruto runs. The Scrongly Boys Naruto run. They're the best. Why am I just standing here guarding? Alright.
I was just getting warmed up.
Leave Edge alone for 5 seconds and his NP goes under half. Fucking incredible.
I estimate our combat.
Make the most of our training.
Oh no! They have stinky fingers. They can just blast you with their finger. What the hell? Yo, these guys, these are dicks.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring them on.
Oh, I took their big berries. On the upside, we got berries for days, so I can probably come in here and just be like, there we go, enjoy. Okay. We gotta check all the rooms. Oh! Right, this is Star Ocean. There she is! Not me!
Finally, I'm out! Huh? But why would the door just, like, open?
I don't suppose you were...
I'm cuter.
My ears hurt, Kay.
Do you think she's the girl Klaus was talking about?
I'd say so. She does fit the description.
She must have believed us to be her enemies. This is not a desirable situation, Mr. Edge.
Yeah, this hallway is crawling with those test subjects. She'll be in serious danger if we don't protect her.
Wait up, Kitty.
Let's follow.
Kitty. Wait for me. Okay. Boy, they love their surprise monkeys.
Come on, let's do this.
Ow, my face. What is hitting me? You're hitting me now, I get that. Oh, fuck that. And back to Slowpoke. Wish I had Rainy. You know what? You know who I do have? Come forth, big doggy. Oh.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring them on.
I want to send forth Big Doggy. Oh, well, there's my chance. Jesus Christ. If I have the surprise attack disable thing on.
I estimate our
Have a good dog. Or you got me switching up dudes more.
battle. Rather an anticlimactic affair.
This feels pretty good, Kay.
Hey, more toys. We're getting into the toys territory. Oh. Okie dokie. Wait, what's in the other one? Hatchet, reel, and scorch. Okay. Okay. Well, she can use some of those for menus. That's fine. Oh my god, so many scrongles. So many scrongles! Why are there so many scrongles? Earth ring! New ring achieved. This is a weird boy convention. Okay, on the note. I do think these guys look cool though. They're messed up. They're cool. That was clean. I like that, dude.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
Boss of my ankles. Oh, there's a heal thing in here. I could be absolutely stupid. They just make the same noise as bugs. I'm gonna beat you up, okay? You know what? You're right, man. Okay. You can just force lightning, don't worry about it.
I was just getting warmed up. Bring 'em on.
Somewhere between the giant dog and the missiles, where do you think they were fucked? Exactly. Like, where exactly was it over for them? Let's ask the class. Alien art, excuse me? Okay, hold up. That's not for you. That's for you. No? I don't know who that was for. Alright. It was for Raimi. I'm gonna cast lightning and then wind. My wind blade does not work from far away for shit. Uh-oh. Wimmel's been targeted. Oh. Good dog.
I could have done this all by myself. Too easy.
I can heal. Haha, fuck you. Oh, there's a box. No guard? What do you mean, no guard? Oh. Actually, that seems useful. Attacking the wizard is just basic RPG survival skills, to be fair. Get close enough together. Come on. Everyone come look at me. That'll do, hopefully.
Come on, let's do this.
I estimate our
Nailed it, Lynn. God, I love her dodge. It's so funny. Sock the knee hug. Ambush. She got a bonus board tile. That was one of hers, was to get a single bonus board tile. What? Motherfucker. Just got the good one. Whoa. Damn.
I was just getting warmed
This body of mine would still seem to have hidden potential.
Well, she never gotten one. I guess if I turn everyone else off once in a while, she could really roll. Let's do this. Convenient unguarded box. With a scale and a rhythm. Bye-bye. Don't worry about it, dude. I'm just gonna go save, and then, yeah, we're gonna get healed and then save. Because I can read the room. Why do you put these two things next to each other? Because things are about to suck. Yeah, I'm very good at avoiding a good scramble. Okay, go look at those. We can do that. We have the power. Like, we can just go into, oh, where is it? Collections. No, wrong one. There we go. There we go. There he is. There's the boy. I wish we had a model view, though. Oh, they want to extinct us, so... I can make a monster jewel. Oh, that's not bad, actually. Actually pretty far into these two, too, all things considered. Oh, well, there's where poison comes from here. And there's good old Bigfoot fucking Sam. He's very fuzzy. An artificial human? I don't know if I go with that. One test subject was lost in the Himalayas. Yeah, but they die when the battery runs out. So, like, you know. Sure, man. Boss fight, I would assume. We gotta save and to heal.
Stay away, you!
Sure! That should be here! Why not? Cut off its head.
We'll take care of this.
Oh, I like
Just
the
stay where
feathers
you
have
are.
different layers and... What? What? I'm sorry, was that Bishy Vision? What was that? I'm playing a boss and I'm edge. It's probably stupid, but whatever. Sorry, did the tail hurt me? The tail hurts me. Yo, okay, mind this dude. Mind this dude who is constantly raging. Oh no. Oh, we're gonna stick with you. Oh, it left. Gonna switch the edge. I had a great old combo. Don't target me when I like stop paying attention to you. Whoa, that was trippy. It didn't do the animation. No. Bacchus, you can pull aggro anytime. Phaser, he's doing something. goes. Jeez, I just had to not participate. Again.
All right, nice job.
Oh yeah, he
Now
beat
that's what I'm
two
talking
rules of base enemy, I'm sure. I love when they're paralyzed, they level up. Just like, yeah, no, I'm good, thanks. I'm okay. I got this.
Are you all right? Miracle? Ah!
That was for rescuing me. Sorry for getting spooked and running off.
I know your voice from a million things.
My name is Miracle Shamnot. Who are you?
Edge Maverick.
I'm Lim.
Bacchus D79.
My name is Faye Shifa Ballet.
Hmm?
She's a lover, and she doesn't care who. Got it.
That was also for rescuing me.
Is that just straight up Pinky? Am I crazy?
Just my imagination? Why do you
What?
all smell like the professor?
Oh no, where is it?
The professor? You mean Klaus, right?
Yeah. Oh, you must be the professor's friends. Is he doing okay?
Well, actually, Klaus asked us to take you back to your home planet.
We're extraterrestrials too. You can trust us.
That's the only thing that's
Like
required.
he said, come with us.
I don't even know what planet I'm from.
Space!
You don't know what planet you were born on?
Nope. The first thing I can remember is being on a spaceship I'd never seen before.
Wait, so you mean you were stowing away then?
That's what they seem to think. But they were all so nice to me. But then we got sucked into a black hole and the ship was totaled. They pushed me into an escape pod and I survived.
A lot of black holes happening.
They all helped me get out of there before even thinking about their own safety. They were all such good people.
Mary.
Wow, that was fast.
Anyway, do you know if the professor's here?
Mr. Baktine brought us inside this base. However, we parted ways with him on the way here.
I imagine he's still inside the base.
Then take the professor into space with you too.
Take Klaus?
I got caught when my escape pod crashed on this planet. They locked me up and did all kinds of experiments on me. But the professor was nice to me, so I don't want to leave him here.
He might be dead.
What do you think we should do, Edge?
Well, I can't make a decision for Klaus. We'll have to find out what he wants. Anyway, Raimi is priority 1 right now. We have to save her.
If you're looking for someone, let me help you.
I have the same theme song as Welch most of the time.
Huh? No, you don't...
Let's go! Meow!
Limmel has a new best friend. Miracle, join the party. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Tactics? I think we're just gonna add a girl. That's not good. On there?
That could have been bad.
Yeah.
106 pages.
Yeah.
Could have been really fucking bad.
So now everyone knows where I got my outfit. I'm glad you found it, baby. That's scary. No weapon? I bet I have a solution to that. Iron claws. Alright, I'm expecting. Little alien jewel. Kinda sucks, actually. Good stun immunity, but otherwise, shit. Nullify undead damage actually kind of useful here. Anti-paralysis has its moment. That might be useful here. Okay. Don't worry. We're just setting up our new toy. Don't worry about it. Comet Impact and Ripper Pounce is all we got. Fair enough. Do I have any books left? No. Also fair enough. What are your skills, Mary? Straight up crafting? What's that? Okay, you start with some stuff. That's all you got? We're doing it. What tells me no. Alright. She's good. She's gonna get right now. So we have various unmarked cells. Oh, hello. You're as good as anything. Come on. What? Just hit a man. Better than phase. Cartwheels.
I must say, that wasn't very challenging.
What do you mean? She moves around a lot, if that's what you're asking. Like, she's a bit hard to control. Just get the hang of it. She was always my favorite, though, so. Once you get to, I think, the next planet, there's the arena. Because the next planet is, like, straight up half the game, to be honest. Get in there. And things got real boring on this side of the wall. Alien's Robe. Hey, Limmel, want to wear this fucking thing I found in a box? Not that equipping is under... I don't know. That's better in most ways that matter. Guaranteed to never tear. Head in the door. Oh, they wheeled that thing down here already, huh?
The Calnus?
They must have brought it in while we were on our way here.
Their transportation technology is actually quite impressive.
No subtitle for Bacchus.
Stop! Who told you to point guns at them?
It's me. The lady? Also just glad they didn't put the same fucking normal map on her. Anyway.
My name is Milla Baktine. Welcome to our planet, friends from the stars.
It's our planet, too.
So you're the one in charge of this operation, then?
Yes. I hope you will forgive my subordinate's disrespect.
Huh? No, likewise.
I guess.
Edge, did you hear what she said? She just called herself Baktine.
Are you...
Yes. Klaus is my husband.
I just had him beat to death.
Or rather, he was my husband. Foolish sentimentality kept me from changing my last name.
This could be difficult.
Yeah.
What's wrong, Mary?
I don't like that woman.
I don't blame you for hating me. I'm not asking you to understand, but I had no choice.
You had no choice? What do you mean by that?
She's so cute, I just had to pet her all day, every day.
We fought a lot of monsters to get here. You people call them test subjects. And this girl, Miracle, she tells me you kept her locked up and that you did work on her too. You made the decisions. You had a choice.
I understand that my work here might be considered inhumane. The guilt was what pushed Klaus to leave this place.
And become Santa in the Netflix movie.
I have crossed the point of no return. There
Gained
is
weight
something
by
I
then.
must protect, no matter how much shame it brings me.
That girl is.
And what's that?
Seriously?
Your
Yeah.
professional name?
Certainly not. I must protect our planet Earth.
You just made the H-bomb.
The situation on our Earth is very different from the future you hail from. Our energy is nearly depleted. In fact, it may not even last for more than a few years.
Wait a minute! You just said the future.
Despite
she
the
has
uniform,
Raimi.
I am a scientist. Such a deduction is not beyond my means.
Also, I asked your girlfriend, dumbass.
Though I must admit, Miss Saionji's information was the key to making that deduction.
What have you done with Raimi? Is she safe?
I assure you I have not harmed her in any way. She seemed rather exhausted from her ordeal, so I've given her a room to rest in.
I see.
If you will allow me to continue. To solve the looming energy crisis, our world has its eyes on a certain type of energy.
Blood.
The most powerful force known to man.
Titties?
If you're from the future, I'm sure you know what that is.
The most powerful energy in 1957. Nuclear!
Exactly. But what will come of relying on an energy source that could destroy the world?
Oh, you're a hater.
That's why I'm here. I seek a safer, more complete source of energy. I research extraterrestrial technology for the sake of that ideal.
Yeah, what's with the piano then?
That may be, but I cannot agree with your methods.
Yes, I understand. However, for the people of Earth, and for the sake of all those yet unborn.
You're divorced.
Wait, are you?
No, I'm
the world
fucking with
in
you.
which you come from surely must have surmounted its energy problems long ago.
No, we blew it up.
Indeed. I am sure the people of your time live upon their Earth in perfect harmony.
No. No, we blew it up.
The people of this Earth need extraterrestrial technology. An energy source so perfect, it brings with it no pollution.
A non-polluting energy source?
Isn't that like
What
hydro
if,
dams?
and I stress if, what if you had that power right now? Would this planet...
If we had that power, the planet would surely remain blue forever. That is what I and everyone
She
else
knows when
here
she's
wish
fucking
for.
with us. She
You're
has to be,
saying
right?
we could change the future?
No.
Edge? You're saying the Earth could stay blue, stay beautiful.
Absolutely. If you would but help
See,
us.
that information didn't surprise her at all,
Supposing
so
we
she's
can
like,
never
I'm
get
over here
back
being
to our
Resident
own
Evil
Earth.
villain.
If we could make a better future.
Yes, a beautiful future.
Oh, Edge.
All right. What do we have to do?
Get on this treadmill. Forever.
How can we save this planet? How can we save this planet's future?
Mr. Edge, do you understand what it could mean to alter the course of the future?
History could end up changing completely. Edge, this could affect you directly.
And it's not just you. Something may happen to Miss Raimi as well.
I know. I know!
I understand the butterfly effect. Movies do exist.
My Earth, with its uninhabitable surface. That broken Earth is my home. And even if I could never go back there, this is the least I could do.
She even moves like a fucking Indiana Jones villain, sort of like,
Your ship, the Calnus, right?
Secret is we've been in
It's quite a
Germany this whole
wonderful
time.
vessel. I'm going to be as direct as I can. Will you allow me to analyze its control core?
Control core?
She must mean the exolithium crystal. It's true. They're an absolute necessity for the generation of mass energy.
It's always rock, isn't it?
Promise me this. You have to stop your inhumane research on extraterrestrials.
Why are you
If you
turning them
encounter
into
any more,
fucking
you have to
zombies?
promise to work together with them. And most importantly, I need your word that you'll do nothing to contaminate this beautiful planet.
I wouldn't have it any other way. That is the very goal of our research.
Thus the zombies.
We can trust you.
And cyber gorillas. Edge, come on. She has spikes on her shoulders, man. Meanwhile, Faze is like, alright, yeah, you've clearly fucked up.
Thank you very much.
Smaller than I expected.
Ready the equipment. We will begin experiments immediately.
Ma'am!
Please, come with me.
All the soldiers run like they have poop in their pants. They have poop in their pants. They have poop in their pants. Rusty. Welcome to the oxidized sector. Box looking like this is gonna this salt air is gonna kill my body.
What's in here?
Please, feel free to relax in here, along with Miss Saionji.
It's the torment
Raimi.
nexus.
She's inside?
Come, step inside.
Lead the way. Just naked. We just had that on standby.
Milla! What did you do to her?
Get betrayed, dumbass.
The room. It moved.
No way. Milla, what are you doing?
Like I said before, I have not harmed Miss Saionji in any way. All I did was calm her down a bit, and she told me so many interesting things. For instance, Mr. Maverick, I learned that you and your crew came from the future. And about your antimatter engine.
You tricked us!
That's not a very gentlemanly way to put it. If my experiments are successful, everything will be within our country's grasp. There will
Gasp.
be no more need for inhumane research.
We'll blow up the Reds. The
We'll
Ruskies.
be happy to work together with those from other worlds. As their rightful rulers, we will rule them, and they will serve us. And rest assured, this planet will not be contaminated. We will no longer need to damage the Earth in order to destroy our enemies.
Yeah. You dress like a fascist. It's shocking.
No. Why?
Faye's just like, she played you, dude.
That looks like very bad news.
Wanna punch another hole in the wall, Bacchus? You got this, Len.
Hey, what is that thing?
It's an antimatter reactor.
They're normally used with exolithium crystals to control pair annihilation, thus producing tremendous amounts of energy.
But that reactor is far too crude and primitive to function properly. Proper control of the pair annihilation will be impossible. An overload is inevitable.
Well, aren't we being tart? I'd appreciate it if you didn't underestimate me. I built the ultimate system.
I'm gonna blow us all up.
And we are the brightest minds of the century. Yes, and our precious son is just the same.
He's not real. I'm hallucinating him.
Kevin. Our beautiful, beautiful Kevin.
Oh.
Mother is going to breathe new life into you now. And don't worry. I'm sure your father will join us.
You're like crazy. Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear your first cry. My beautiful son.
Me when I finally learned to build computers.
She's insane. She's been insane. All along.
Do you like how I got to use her
What are we to
like
do,
miracle
Mr.
for like
Finch?
one
If
fight?
the reactor overloads, it will be the end of us all.
Blow a hole in the wall. Find Raimi some pants.
What am I
supposed to do?
This is the time. This is the time for this. Yeah, let's just look out the window. Oh, lovely. Ooh, that's good. That looks good. Fucking dude. Oh, look. Oh, I can't interact with this infinity fridge. I'm not talking to you, Mary. There we go.
Edge?
Raimi, thank God.
Don't sit up too suddenly.
That's right. I was captured and then they...
Raimi, no, I didn't mean to.
Edge, you perv!
And then they're married. Every
So
Japan,
all that
everything.
happened while I was out?
Where were you keeping that?
Even if we were able to stop the reactor, it's too late now. There's going to be a massive pair annihilation.
I think that just is nuclear
What's
at that
going
point.
to happen
Okay.
to us?
The pair annihilation will reduce this base, no, the entire planet, to nothing more than formless energy.
Like, isn't
there
that basically what nuclear is, just with antimatter now?
It's too late. We have no hands left to play.
They opened it themselves. A Pandora's box they have no hope of closing.
But it's not a box they could have opened alone. I let them open it. I gave them the key.
I got played.
It's all my fault.
No! Edge, you did it because you wanted to save the future.
That's no excuse at all. Look at what I've done! The Earth is going to be destroyed! It's all my fault.
Bad ending.
This is not the time nor the place for you to be talking like that.
It's called having a breakdown phase. What, you don't have that on your planet?
You have a duty to perform. Don't leave it unfulfilled.
You have to make a decision, Mr. Edge. Not as a guilty man, but as a captain. Our captain.
Bacchus. We have to leave this place now. We have to get the hell off this planet.
Without our energy core. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Characters. Tactics. Can you tell who my least favorite is? There we go. Nothing against Bacchus, but... Blup, 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 blup. That do be pistoning. Just, okay. Oh, we found some. Oh. He's not dead.
I knew it. It's the sound of my ocarina.
I don't hear anything. Kay?
That's because your big ears are fake.
No, I know that sound. I gave it to the professor.
I thought you just punched the wall and opened.
Check it out, everyone.
Is that?
If we follow this walkway, we should be able to reach the Calnus.
Professor, where are you?
I'm here, Miracle.
And totally good. That's a run.
Miracle, I'm glad you're safe, and I'm happy to see you well.
Professor, you look like you've lost some weight.
Yeah, I haven't been eating. I live in a desert, and the fridge is just berries. Weird thing to just randomly say to me. But it's cool. It's fine. I know my diet sucks. Here you go.
Professor?
Miracle, return to space.
I'm sorry. Is the galaxy in here?
Friends.
If I'm going with you.
say, I hate you, bitch.
Professor?
Look what you did. You killed us all.
Wait! Professor!
Oh, Kevin. Klaus.
Want to make someone look crazy? Just give them a nice high FOV. That good old Quake Pro FOV. Ring?
Miracle, we have to go.
No! Let me go! The professor's coming! We're leaving with the professor! Meow!
We have to run. We have to go.
I'm saying.
Klaus?
That's enough, Milla. Please, understand. Kevin wasn't your fault.
He died of fascism.
I'm sorry I left you when you were in such pain. But we both know our son wouldn't have wanted this. Let's make that boy's dream a reality. Let's work towards friendship with all extraterrestrials. And let's do it through our own abilities, not through technology beyond our means.
And she stabs him.
Yes, that sounds wonderful, Klaus. I'm sure that would make him happy.
That would have been a great conversation to have before I doomed us all, Klaus. Doomed us all. Oh, over there, okay. Box. Full snaps? Full snaps. Hey, Miracle, what's a full snap? Do you like it? Makes you dumb as shit, but you get more money. I don't think that's gonna impact her much. Sure, man. Go for it. Oh, shit. 5 points of intelligence. Oh. Stop! And you swallow inputs. Yeah, she punishes you hard if you're mashing. Holy crap. She's like banking like 3 inputs ahead, and her animations are longer than you think. But we don't get victory speech during this one. You're supposed to get the fuck out. Yo? That's gotta be Bacchus, right? Hey, we finally got him a new toy. That's been a while. Yeah? That's how I sound when I get out of bed. Okay, she doesn't always bang. Okay, dude. I do not like the Stunbolt alien. He's a bitch.
I could have done this all by myself.
Limmel is still giving victory, but no one else. That's cute. That's gotta be very on purpose. That's actually a nice touch. All right, want to try her other move? I don't think I have yet. Oh, that'd be why. It has the windup of 1,000 years. Jesus. It was one button. One button. Yeah, she just has a very long attack string. It's one input and it just goes. Don't miss.
This feels pretty good, Kate.
I didn't know that Limmel keeps talking. She just doesn't care. It's awesome. She's like, yay! Good luck with that. They gotta be like stunned or something to put that on. She's got a good combo if it lands. You just gotta land it. We'll kick that alien right in the fucking teeth. Fuck you. I had a hangover again. More delicious aqua berries. I kind of like implied this is actively exploding, and we're just like, yeah, that's cool. Fun to look at. Take your time. I don't really need more of you, but you're kind of blocking. Oh, well, we might get both of them now. You get the guy that's like right in front of us? There we go, I got him. Oh, fuck you, little dude man. The Scrabble boys aren't nice. They're kind of the worst, honestly. Edge, do you have to actively screw me all the time, man? Bam! How do you like them apples? Natto.
Maybe now I can be of some help to everyone.
Oh, I guess Randy's still talking too. 4 right there. That ruled. That was awesome. Big paunches. Almost done. Delete. Yes. Give. Thank you. Nothing in here. You missed, fool. What do you got? Give. Leave me alone, man. You scrongly little bitch. I'll fight you, though. You're fine. Maybe I get both? Get more green gems for my board? Seriously? It's like his AI is built to piss me off. Edge, where's your fucking tactics? Freestyle. Leave me alone. You just whiff it, homie. Drives me nuts.
Wonderful. I'm so glad
Oh, we need to refill our MP. Like across the board. Blackberries? Blackberries. Actually using my shit. What's our monsters thing looking like? Did we do it? We done here? Little alien, soldier zombie. I could use another Bigfoot Sam, but good luck with that. Don't seem all that common. So, whatever. So I get for not fighting the one in the corner. Oh, okay. Get Miracle, he's gone. He's become one with the purple Kool-Aid.
Miracle!
Edge,
Miracle, come on! Get over here!
I'm staying here with the professor. I don't have any other friends.
You just made like 5. Get in the car.
You do! We're right here!
Huh?
You have friends! Right here!
I'm a JRPG protagonist. It's really easy.
Come on! We have to go back to space!
Professor.
Why do you make me hallucinate so much? Yeet!
Miracle!
You're helping, Limmel.
Professor, I finally made friends. I found myself some new friends, Professor.
Do we even have a power source? Is that the problem? Is that why I'm like, okay.
Without an exolithium crystal, we can't escape this gravitational field with our normal engines.
No, we made it this far.
Is this the end?
Just wait a little longer, Miracle. I'm going to get you back home, to space.
Where you live, in space.
If I left, wouldn't you, Professor?
You live in space.
After all, you don't have many friends. So, here, Professor. Whenever you get lonely, you can use it to remember me, okay?
Well,
Miracle, I'll hold on to this until the day I die.
Wow! It's such a pretty pendant!
Let it guide your way into space.
Space!
One day, I'm sure it will be of
I
use
just get
to you.
edit of the Tim Curry thing, but with this guy's face on it. I could probably pull that off, right?
Hey, you don't think this would help, do you?
No.
What do you expect us to do with a pendant? Wait. It can't be. Where did you get such a high density? Yes, with this we could... Edge, make preparations for warp. But we have one, an extremely high-density exolithium crystal. I've never seen anything like it.
It's from space, where she lives. You know, space. Planet space.
Warp engines, online. We can leave on your order.
Amazing. I've never seen this kind of power.
How fascinating. I'd certainly like to study this in detail when we have time.
Thank you, Professor.
You saved me with your MacGuffin.
Come on, let's take off.
Edgy.
Calnus, engage!
And we're all dead.
Wait a minute. She ended the world?
Yeah. Yeah, Earth blew up. Imploded.
Bitch.
This will definitely never matter ever again or haunt us for the rest of the game. Don't worry about it.
Coordinates, star systems, I've cross-referenced 147 categories of data. There's no question we've returned to the time period we originally came from.
We escaped somehow. Let's go.
We managed to make it home.
This is mere speculation, but the spatial collapse may have served to thrust us back to the time from which we came. Unfortunately, I cannot be certain. To speculate further, we extraterrestrials are one thing, but given the fact that you two Earthlings have not vanished from existence, perhaps that planet existed in a different dimension. An alternate Earth that was not your own.
That would mean...
I saw it. Just before we entered subspace, Earth twisted and disappeared in a flash of light.
Pretty fucked up.
4.6 billion years. After having miraculously survived for 4.6 billion years, it was annihilated in a single instant. Just like that. So simply.
A pair annihilation overload cannot be stopped. Nobody could have prevented what happened.
Oh yeah? You know how it could have been prevented? If I hadn't started it in the first place!
No, Edge, that's not true!
Edgy.
Edge, you did your best!
Don't try to console me, damn it!
I'm gonna break everything.
Who cares if it wasn't our Earth? It doesn't even matter. It's gone. Either way. You get it? It's all gone forever! My bad judgment pushed those people over the edge!
Oh, it's my name.
The Earth was annihilated! Every last speck! Everything! Everything! People, children, animals, towns and houses and everything! 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 Everything!
Edgy, please stop. Stop, Kay.
I wanted to draw on that later.
I didn't go into space for this. I went for mankind's future. Its happiness. Damn it all!
Mr. Edge, the responsibility isn't yours alone. All of us were at fault here.
Yes, August is right. None of us were able to prevent this from happening. Please, Edge.
If I hadn't been there... If I hadn't handed over our technology...
Edge, if you really mean that, then what about me?
I'd have been fucking dead too.
Finally made some new friends.
And now he's tripping balls.
You asked me to come with you, but...
Mary.
Pet the kitty. You need like one more polygon on that elbow, man. Oh. Hmm. Apparently I can just do that. All right. Okay. Okay. I am wrapping up. I just don't know what happens if I walk out of this room without talking to people, so I'm talking to people first. He's fine. Look at his face. He's doing great. Liminal you of all people. Okay. There's a save thing right here. We're going to use the save thing. I think we've done more than enough today, considering that we destroyed the world. So, oof. So, I don't know who else is still around. It is almost 10 on my end, so it's quite late for a lot of you. I think we gon' see you next time. I hope we had fun. I know a couple people are still lurking / sleeping. I hope you're sleeping well. And I don't know, maybe the Saturday or something we'll do something that's not this. We'll see. We'll do something fun. We'll take advantage of that partner thing, and we'll get back on track with the stuff that's not the followers. That's easy. That's the easy part. Let's just do the thing. Cool. Thanks for joining me. I will see you all next time. Goodbye.